telling me what this is all about?
It's about the EU. More than a third of British manufacturers have lost revenue since the UK left the EU trading bloc. I bet you're surprised that I'm not starting with their majesties. One of the headlines in one of the papers is, the public think less of Harry and Meghan than at any time in history. Yeah, they were asked a question. How much do you hate Meghan and Harry? Is it A, a lot, B, a very great amount indeed, or C, so much words cannot describe? Not that they're biased or anything. Hey, have you heard? More than a third of British manufacturers have lost revenue since the UK left the EU trading bloc in January, as businesses struggle with border delays and increased costs from regulatory red tape. And who could have predicted that? Manufacturers are still struggling to cope with crippling delays moving goods in and out of the EU, according to Make UK, which represents the British industry, or British industry, not the British industry, but British industry in general. But as they are experts in possession of facts, no one was remotely interested in anything they had to say. In a poll of members, almost a third said that they were experiencing delays of up to 2 weeks when importing supplies or exporting products to the EU. It was a problem for an industry reliant on just-in-time delivery of parts for key sectors in car making and aerospace. But they need us more than we need them. The German car industry will make the EU bow down and give us what we want. Remember? As the dear leader said at a Vote Leave rally in 2016, he said, I put it to you, I can't do him. I should be able to, but I can't. I haven't practiced. I don't want him inside my head. You know, ugh. What would that be like? He said, I put it to you, all those who say that there would be barriers to trade with Europe if we were to do a Brexit. He actually said that. Do a Brexit. Doesn't that sound awful?
Disgusting.
Do a Brexit. Well, I know what I'm thinking of. It says, unbroadcastable, unfortunately. He said, I put it to you, all those that say there would be barriers to trade with Europe if we were to do a Brexit. Do you seriously believe that they would put up tariffs against UK produce of any kind when they know how much they want to sell us their cake, their champagne, their cheese from France? It's totally and utterly absurd. What do you say now, Bodger?
I can't comment on that.
Blah, blah, blah. Many manufacturers complain that goods are still being delayed in transit or turned away because shipments have the wrong paperwork. Incorrect. More than a third of manufacturers have lost revenue, Make UK said, while 1 in 5 complained that they had lost potential business. It's all going tremendously well. And to those who are running businesses that are losing money or looking at their imminent demise, businesses that were doing well, which are now in ruins because of a dash to the sunny uplands, aren't you glad you're free?
No.
Over half of businesses that expressed a preference said that border disruption had increased costs, with almost 3/4 of companies experiencing delays in the past 3 months. The survey covered more than 210 manufacturers across the UK. But what do manufacturers know about manufacturing? Let's ask an expert.
I'm a nutcase.
In response to business concerns, the government has promised to train thousands of new customs agents. Next week, the government is also expected to unveil a new scheme to help smaller businesses cope with the burden of Brexit red tape, with up to £2,000 available for training or professional advice. It must be training in firefighting to keep control of the flames of the bonfire of red tape that we were promised. How's that bonfire going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
We're going to train thousands of new customs agents. Shouldn't that sentence be in the past tense? Shouldn't we have already trained thousands of new customs agents, being as how we've seen this coming for years? Does everything always have to take this government by surprise? They're like a toddler seeing everything for the very first time. Make UK pointed to widespread problems with the system. Many container ships will not even stop in the UK. It's like a full bus. Someone's dinged the bell 3 times. It just sails past a queue of people at the stop. Many container ships will not even stop in the UK to avoid delays at British ports. Make UK said this is resulting in goods bound for the UK being offloaded in EU ports, impacting heavily on production schedules and lead times, with companies forced to make alternative and costly arrangements to have their orders delivered. Oh, thank goodness we're free from the shackles of being able to make a living. Ministers have convened a Brexit task force that meets regularly to talk to businesses about the problems caused by Brexit. The most recent one was co-chaired by Lord David Frost.
Oh, no.
The most recent Lord David Frost, the Cabinet Office Minister, who has taken charge of Britain's post-Brexit trade plans. Huh. Is that the same Lord David Frost who fashioned this Brexit deal that we are now benefiting negatively from?
Yes.
And he's going to take charge now?
Yes.
The man whose expertise got us into this hole is the one that Bodger thinks is just the chap to get us out?
Yes.
Last week, Lord Frost caused concern among business leaders over what they see as an abrasive approach to dealing with Brussels, which has led to conflict over the future of the trade deal, and in particular over trading agreements for Northern Ireland. RRR. Phipson said, who's Phipson? I don't know, that must have been a bit I cut out of this story. I don't know who Phipson is, but I agree with him in every way, shape and form. He said the government should look to quickly get back around the table with our EU partners to find a way to mitigate against ongoing delays at the border and iron out different interpretations of the rules for movement of goods in separate member states. But that's not what Brexit's about. Brexit's about us trying to regain some imagined past when we ruled the waves, hence the fishing industry being used as a prop by the ultras. Cooperating with the EU is the opposite of what this is all about. Picking fights is where we're at, because we aren't being run by those whose thoughts are with the interests of the country. We're being led by those who shout the loudest and are thinking only of themselves. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Look at that, a full board of people who want to say, you lost, get over it. I bet it is. I'll check with my glamorous assistant. Any of those people?
Yeah, they're all angry, yeah.
They're all angry with me. Why can't you be more patriotic? Anton texts, Nick, are you still crying over your Brexit thrashing? See? Perfect example. You know that your EU paymasters are not best pleased, but you lost, get over it. Oh, God. You're not listening to a word I'm saying. Anton, I didn't lose. You lost. Curious that all of the people, not all, the people who are going to be most negatively affected by Brexit are the ones that most fervently wanted it. And now they're thrashing around, flailing their arms like farm threshers, just desperate to close down all argument lest they lose face. Look at the facts. But yeah, the problem is nobody's remotely interested in facts anymore. It's all about feelings now, baby. How do you feel?
Dreadful.
Yeah, you don't want to say though, do you? Don't want to admit it. So you'll wrap yourself in the flag and keep bellowing about freedom. Whatever that means. In Putney text, Nick, I spent the whole weekend looking forward to you making me laugh at the weekend. No, wait, I spent the whole week looking forward to you making me laugh at the weekend, and then you kick off with your Ramona whinging and supporting spoilt brats known as Hasenmeg. Brian from Stockton-on-Tees is right that you hate everything that is good for our country. No, Sarah. The difference between me and you is that you fancied all of those lies about them holding you back because you didn't want to blame yourself or luck for your position in life. An easily identifiable group of people are the ones that are preventing your life from being a spangly parade of loveliness. And because you have been proven to be duped by a bunch of oily second-hand car salesmen, then you digging your heels in, and you will never admit that you've been had, because too much loss of face. And as for Haz and Meg, I'm in camp Haz and Meg. I think they're well off out of it. I watched that interview, and I thought, God, talk about a lucky escape, just in time. There's a family you don't want to hang around with. I mean, just look at them. Let's talk about Andy for the next 3 hours, shall we?
No.
No, nobody is. It's like nothing he ever did ever happened. Zero coverage. It just disappeared on the wind like a bad smell. Luke in Somerset says, Dear Nick, I think you've forgotten that Britain waves the rules, not rules the waves. Yeah, that is right. Yeah. 0345 6060 973. Ish. Brighton. Hello, Paul.
Yep.
Paul.
Hello there, Nick Abbott.
Hello there, Paul.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that the polls show that the British public support the royal family.
Yeah.
No.
You mean the Queen. You mean the Queen.
The royal family,
You mean the Queen. Yes.
No, I think they support the Queen, the royal family.
No, it's different. No, it's different. Wait, okay, do they support Andy? No. Do they support Charlie?
They support the royal family in the battle with Harry and Meghan, and the public are saying that Harry and Meghan are awful people, and what they did was wrong.
Yeah. After having about 4 years of a constant press barrage telling them that Haz and Meg are awful people.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
The media weren't doing that.
Yes, they absolutely were. Day after day after day, they were pummeling them, just like they did Jeremy Corbyn.
Really, yeah, I mean, we're not really talking. They've run away to America, and the public now are saying what Harry and Meghan have done.
You mean they've left to go to America?
They've left. They've run away.
Yeah.
Did you run?
Are you still living with your parents?
No.
Right. Did you run away, or did you just leave?
No, left, yeah, but they've run away to escape this.
Again, should we go back and relive the last minute, or just carry on? Never mind. Get on with it.
But they're awful people. I mean, what sort of people?
They're awful people. Harry and Meghan are awful people. The guy who started the Invicta Games is an awful person. Is that your position?
No, but it doesn't mean that everything about them is all nice and clean. I mean,
are you saying that everything about the royal? Are you saying that everything about the royal family is nice and clean?
No.
Well, then what's the difference?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't excuse what they've done.
It does. But then, by definition, it doesn't excuse what the royal family have done if they are both not clean and pristine.
There's nothing proven against the royal family. I mean, this is just a load of misrepresentations and lies from
what has been proven against Harry and Meghan?
Well, I mean, we're not talking about that. They've made a load of accusations against the royal family, and none of that has been proven, has it?
No,
I mean, you're trying to twist it around.
No, you are trying to twist it around.
Harry and Meghan.
Yes,
it's not about the royal family.
Of course it's about the royal family, Paul. No. It's not about the royal... It's only about the royal family.
It's about Harry and Meghan.
Who are from...
What they've said is correct, is true, the truth.
Yeah, well, how do you know it isn't?
Well, we don't know. we're talking about them. We're not talking about. I mean, it's not the royal family have been making accusations.
Of course it is. Oh my God! Do you actually read anything at all, Paul? Do you get the news in Brighton? Have you got the internet yet? Look it up, man. There was an interesting thing, but I do appreciate the call, Paul. Thanks a lot. All the best. That sea air is doing you no good at all. There was an interesting thing that somebody unearthed an old Diana interview, and it was basically everything that Meghan and Harry said, ditto. All the way back then. Same thing. Almost exactly the same words, in fact. She had the same experience from that same... it's not even the family, it's a company, isn't it? It's a money-making concern. Let's not kid ourselves. 82 million quid, and that's not even the... well, maybe the half of it, but just about. That doesn't even include the so-called private income, 82 million quid a year. A resurfaced clip of Princess Diana's interview with Martin Bashir, in which she's discussed feeling unsupported by the royal establishment, has sparked comparisons to Meghan Markle's bombshell sit-down with Oprah Winfrey. Nice garden, by the way. The Duchess of Sussex. I bet even now, if I went into the street with a clipboard and asked people who the Duchess of Sussex is, you'd just be met with the bemused looks. Somebody from a Disney cartoon? It's just so silly. Duchess. I mean, do me a favour. Anyway, the Duchess of Sussex told the chat show host that she couldn't be left alone and confessed she didn't want to be alive anymore, claiming the Buckingham Palace HR department... HR department... when they said that, I guffawed. Buckingham Palace have an HR department? Anybody believe that?
No.
Well, they're going to chastise Her Majesty, are they? HR department. Anyway, the Buckingham Palace HR department ignored her plea for help because she wasn't a paid employee. She claimed she was silenced by Buckingham Palace. This is Sparkles. Silenced by Buckingham Palace officials who told her to always answer no comment because they would protect her, saying it was only once we were married and everything started to really worsen that I came to understand that not only was I not being protected, but they were willing to lie to protect other members of the family, and they weren't even willing to tell the truth to protect me and my husband. That seems absolutely right in every respect. Meghan told Oprah that she later reached out to one of Diana's best friends because she felt unsupported by the palace, and said Harry had saved her life by agreeing to move to Los Angeles. God, I would have fleed the second I set eyes on him. I bet she wanted to get out instantly she came over here. After the 2-hour Oprah interview aired on US TV, filmmaker Ava DuVernay shared a clip from Diana's 1995 interview with Panorama. In it, Princess Di, Princess of Wales, explains why she felt the establishment she married into had decided that she's a non-starter because she did things differently. And then goes on to explain in pretty much all details the exact same experience that Meghan had. I mean, would anybody be surprised if that institution had not changed at all since 1995?
No.
Of course they haven't. Staying the same is their thing. Prince Harry's mother, Princess Di, told Panorama, because I do things differently, because I don't go by a rule book, because I lead from the heart, not the head, and albeit that's got me into trouble in my work, I understand that, but someone's got to go out there and love people and show it. Yeah, demonstrations of emotion, not really their thing either. But that's why the public loved her, for doing just that. I mean, do you remember when she died? The Queen was holed up for, it seemed like, an epoch. And people were saying, "Don't you care, Your Majesty?" Diana said she believed every strong woman in history has had to walk down a similar path. Yes, no doubt. She said, "I think it's the strength that causes the confusion and the fear. Why is she strong? Where does she get it from? Where is she taking it? Where is she going to use it? Why do the people still support her? When I say public, you go and do an engagement, and there's a great many people there," she says. Yeah, they loved her. But I think that the establishment, that particular establishment, even though it's headed by a woman, has got a thing about women, doesn't it? The clip shared by Ms. Duvernay has been viewed more than 1.8 million times and notched up 64,000 likes. I like that. Several people claiming that Meghan's experience with the firm echoed that of the late mother-in-law's, Princess Di. Yeah, echoed, as in exactly the bloomin' same. The tweets echoed remarks made by Hazard during the Oprah interview when discussing Megxit. Megxit, by the way, you're always blaming it on the woman. Oh, that evil harpy's taken away our little puppy dog. That Cruella de Marco has hypnotised poor Hazard. He doesn't know his own mind. Bring him back to the people he truly loves. Us. The tweets echoed remarks made by Hazard during the Oprah interview when discussing Megxit. He claimed his biggest fear was that history would repeat itself. Yeah, of course it blooming well will. I mean, you're dealing with an institution that is medieval. I mean, there were garters and they're going out to dress like the John Lewis Haberdashery Department has thrown up on you. Still doing that, awarding each other badges and extra titles for being mummy's little darling. God, it's also ridiculous. We're still doing it. You know, I didn't want to get into this at all, but I've got reports from abroad. Yeah, it's usually educational to see how other people see you, because we're all too wrapped up in it in this country. We've had a lifetime of being inculcated into this. Hypnotised we are with the jewels and the smiles and the waving. Just to see how other people think of us. And I've got a couple of reports from America. And you won't like them if you're one of those people who sit by the side of the road with your thermos flask and your Union Jack plastic flag waiting for the Queen to zoom by at 50 mile an hour with motorcycle outriders. Anyway. 0345. See? You see what you've done to me? Now you've annoyed me.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Oh, I do a thing, don't I? How about this one?
This is absolute tosh.
Thanks, Nige. You're the best. I had a couple of emails, not directly from him, but concerning him, unbidded in my inbox. What? Both of which made me laugh out loud. What are you doing for a living these days, Nige? Anyway, Natalie in Crystal Palace says, Nick, never mind what I don't know why you picked on me. Why are you sending me emails? Unsubscribe! Natalie in Crystal Palace says, Nick, never mind what Diana had to say. Check out the interview with Sarah Ferguson and Oprah in 1996. She says exactly the same thing about joining the royal family. Same experience. Yeah, over and over and over again. It looks from the position of an ignorant outsider, me, as though they have a problem with women. I mean, it is ironic that it's the head of the firm is a woman, but women do have a history of being unpleasant to women, you know. I think you'll find that's true. And I imagine it's the day-to-day running of the thing is done by a cloud of hissing fey courtiers, toothpaste squeezers and flunkies and various assorted hem sniffers. And going into that poisonous atmosphere must be absolutely blooming awful for somebody from the outside. I mean, particularly as it's as though they don't actually, either they don't care or there was an element of trolling going on. They don't care, they didn't understand, they didn't know, or they're so seeped in it that they don't even notice it anymore. When you remember Obakarama, don't you? You had to give that a good whack to get that going. See? Thump. When Obakarama went to the Pelias, they had to cover up a picture that Wills and Whatsit had on their wall. You remember? It was called, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say it. They had a picture on the wall with a name that I don't even know I'm allowed to say on the radio. It was the N-word page. Not that N-word, but the slightly less offensive N-word but it's still such that I don't want to say it out loud. Wills and What's It had it on their wall. Now, they have a choice of literally thousands of some of the best pictures that have ever been made at their disposal. They could have picked anything. They could have had a room full of Canalettos if they wanted. But no. They picked one depicting a black slave boy to put in their living room. And when Obama came round, they had to put a fern in front of it so as not to offend the President of the United States of America. Why did they pick that picture? What possessed anybody to put a picture of a black slave on the wall? When Meghan came around for dinner, it was the Duchess of something or other. What was her name? God, I can't keep track of all this nonsense. It was hang on a minute. I have detailed files. Princess Michael of Kent, who is, I've got absolutely no idea who she is. But anyway, the brooch, this is another person that had an option of literally thousands of pieces of jewellery. Some of the finest, most expensive, exquisite pieces of jewellery that have ever been made in the history of humankind. And she picks one depicting a black slave for dinner with Meghan. And then said that she's very upset if she caused any offence, and she had no idea. Nick in Sidcup says, go, Nick, go, love it. Sort them morons out. You want me to sort the morons out? I'm a little short-handed here. Can I get a bit of help?
No.
A little bit of advice for the callers. Please try to construct a reasonable argument before ringing in. Well, let's not mess with history, Nick. Let's not muck up a winning formula, eh? Joe texts, Nick, how dare you compare Meghan to Diana? Not a comparison. But what do you mean? Of course it's a comparison, you idiot. And I mean that in the most respectful way possible. Not a comparison. Of course it's a blooming comparison. They both married into the same family. They both got the same treatment. We would hope that they don't meet the same fate. They're both related to the same person, for crying out loud. Not a comparison. Oh, sometimes I think... That is literally what I'm thinking right now. Islington. Hello, Adam.
Hello, good evening, Nick.
Yes, Adam.
It's nice to hear you. I'm your big fan.
How big?
Gigantic.
Well,
I don't know what else I can say.
Put your hands apart and show me, is it like this big, or is it that big, or is it that big?
So I'd say if you had to use planets as sizes, Pluto.
Yes. Pluto?
Yep.
Isn't that the smallest planet?
It is.
Right. It's not even a planet.
Oh. So look, I've never seen so many of my friends overnight become royal family experts.
Oh, God. Well, everybody's an expert on everything these days. Even if you can't spell epidemiology, you are an expert in it now.
No, exactly. So I wanted to make two main points, really. Firstly, I'm a huge fan of Prince Harry and Meghan.
Mm-hmm. How big?
Again, Venus,
right? That is enormous. Yes,
Venus and Mars. And I think from a British Muslim perspective, what surprised me about Harry was last year, some British Muslim women spoke about, when he spoke about mental health, that they felt less embarrassed to speak about it as somebody who's in his position.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really amazing that he had that effect. He also protected an LGBT soldier when he was being bullied on service. So,
really? Now, in contrast, can anybody think of anything that William has ever said on any subject?
Exactly.
I challenge you, ladies and gentlemen, can you repeat to me what William has said on any subject? Oh, I double down. What about Kate? Do you even know what she sounds like?
It's so true, yeah. She's into early years or something like that, I read somewhere. But the point I wanted to make to you, Nick, is I've never seen someone vilified so aggressively.
Oh,
like
Jeremy Corbyn?
Harry.
Jeremy Corbyn? Yes, Jeremy Corbyn.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. So I wanted to say about Prince Harry, just in his defence, I think people who, and the irony is, the very people who are supposed to like him, like the military, a lot of people just have turned on him. And
no, I bet the military love him up and down. Andy, on the other hand, not so much. Now, Andy has kept all of his military honorary titles and fancy regalia and badges and so on, but Harry has been stripped of his. I bet every single person in the military would stand behind Harry, not behind Andy. But as the Queen is the one who personally chooses who gets to keep their military honorary titles, she has decided to take them off Harry, but keep them on Andy.
So do you think she makes that kind of decisions?
She does. That's in her personal gift.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, it's an educational show, ain't it?
No.
And the second point I wanted to make...
I thought that was more than 1 point. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Second point is I'm a big advocate of what's happening with mental health, and I've always been a fan of Piers Morgan in the sense that I think he stood up to the government in regards to their COVID approach.
Yes, but like all people, he's not faultless. I applaud the way he used to rip up ministers and was amazed when they kept presenting themselves to him for punishment.
To him, indeed.
Yeah, but that thing with Meghan was that got a bit weird.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why I say that. Because, from just a male perspective, lots of men aged between 40 and 50, the largest risk group for suicide is men of that.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was more teenagery. I thought it was younger.
No, it's men of between 40 and 50. And what he did to me, unfortunately, was remind society that you can be perceived as lying, and already there's a stigma attached to mental health that, oh, get over it, you don't really have it. So I was really disappointed that he had that narrative.
Right, well, I don't think it was specifically about that. I think it was just generally against Meghan specifically. And he's been going on and on and on and on and on and on about her ever since she stopped returning his calls. Hey, Piers.
Stop whining.
Let's get back to it.
Tony and this is how it's spelt. This is probably deliberately spelling it wrong. Tony the epidemiologist texts, I once heard Prince William speak with great passion about Aston Villa. Yeah, no offence to Aston Villa fans, but it's probably the only time anybody has spoken with great passion about Aston Villa. Cindy texts, did you notice that on the Queen's statement they seemed completely unaware of the issues faced by Harry and Meghan? Family aren't close, are they? And Patrick in Guildford says, Nick, you need to stop orchestrating lamentable straw man arguments to defend a point we Leavers already factored into the outcome of Brexit. Oh, do me a favour. You factored into the outcome of Brexit that you were going to get poorer and that businesses that have been running for generations would be were looking at their decimation. That's what you factored into, was it? He says, those opposed to your views on the future of our country need not remind you there were people like myself who grew tired of Brussels 20 years ago. Tired? What of? All of the money we were making? We always said, he says, we were prepared to weather a storm before we sailed into calm waters. No, you didn't. Just be a little more patient, old chap. You'll see. Oh, God, when will it ever be not too early to tell? Remembering that on day one, on the 1st of January, Brexiters were crowing about, look, lorries are sailing through, no problem. All of you Ramonas have been proved wrong. This idea, and I'm hearing it over and over again, people calling in and saying, oh, you know what? Well, first of all, they say, if you don't like it, why don't you just leave? You know, go to some socialist country if you don't like it. Yeah, bugger off to France. Apart from that, they say, we knew all along that we were going to get poorer, but we didn't mind. Yeah, right. Sure you did. and these are the same people who whine about, like Kew Gardens putting a note on sugar plant saying, a cane sugar plant, is that what they're called? They're saying that this plant was harvested by slaves, and they burst their faces open. They're so furious about rewriting history. Yeah, well, you're thoroughly engaged in rewriting history if you're going to pretend that people who voted for Brexit also voted to become poorer and unemployed. Right. Anyway, Manchester here. Graham.
Exports in January down 41%.
41%. Yes, they knew what they were voting for.
That's just to Europe.
Yes.
Anyway, a couple of points, if I may, please.
Yes. I think it's I think it's only to Europe. I think other countries' exports remain the same, but to the EU, uniquely and completely unsurprisingly, down by 40%. Never mind, it's only money.
It's only money, our money. Yeah, you mentioned before about our borders and border staff and what have you.
Oh yeah.
Pre-Brexit, when everybody was talking about 350 million a week on the bus, on the side of the bus.
Yes.
We were also told that they were training 10,000 new border staff.
Did they?
And it was imminent.
Yes. Everything's always imminent with this government.
Yes. Well, it's imminent that it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Guess how many border staff we've got now compared to 5 years ago?
Is it 6?
Not 6,000, 6.
6, yeah.
Just 6 people.
6 people.
It's fantastic, isn't it? It's a world-beating track and trace.
Well, that's easy for you to say.
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it.
He never did get it.
No.
Can I just mention that the royal family and their expertise in ruining everything that they touch, apart from their income?
Okay.
Every single woman that's been married into that family has either been a disaster or becomes one. Apart from the ones who stand there in the £10,000 frock, 10,000 guinea frock, and say nothing and wear a daft hat.
Well, we don't know how What's-It is taking to it. I mean, she smiles. I mean,
Who's What's-It?
You know, Wills and What's-It.
Kate.
What's-It out of Wills and What's-It, yeah.
Yeah, but she's allowed opinions, but she's not allowed to express them in public.
No, she can
in case she embarrasses them.
She can think things, just as long as she doesn't actually say anything. Yeah.
Do you think she's allowed to have do you think they've got a thinkometer in her head? They've got an implant.
If such a thing becomes available, I'm sure that the royal family will be at the front of the queue.
You know what I would like? I would like lie detectors at Prime Minister's questions every week.
Oh my God!
It would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
They'd be going off every 10 seconds.
Yeah, but it'd last about 6 hours, wouldn't it? It'd never get to finish.
We wouldn't be able to hear them over the cacophony of the alarm bells ringing.
Exactly. He got caught again, didn't he?
Over and over and over again. Yeah. But his ratings go ever upwards. Because everybody's picked a side. Boris Johnson can now literally do a Donald Trump. He can go into Oxford Street and shoot somebody dead, and it won't affect his ratings one iota. In fact, they'll probably increase. Oh, well, he said he was going to do it, and he did it. He keeps his word. Everyone's picked sides on everything now. You're either in camp left or camp right. And by right, I don't mean correct. And it doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter what the government does. Can you imagine a circumstance in which they would lead us to the worst economic result during a pandemic, coupled with, hang on, I had to cough, coupled with the worst economic hit of any major country. As a combination, we have done the worst out of this pandemic than any other nation in the world, I think. And his ratings go up. This country has lost its mind. Is that a controversial thing to say?
No.
And text. Good evening, Nick! ! Like she's shouting her welcome. What infuriates me, she says, is that the royal art collections of every other European country are permanently on view to the public. Here, a few pictures per year are put out for us to see. Yes, Anne, that irritates me too. I mean, they have one of the best art collections in the world. Maybe the best outside of major museums. And they just dribble it out in the Queen's Gallery, which is in Buckingham Palace. And you can go, all right, but you got to pay. I mean, us poor dopes who pay taxes have bought them already. But you got to pay again if you want to go and see them. They'll string up about 12 every now and again. And you got to queue up and you got to pay. You pay and you pay and you pay. Just like Buckingham Palace. Have we not paid for every inch of that place? If you want to go and see it, you got to pay again. Always about the money, honey. Thomas text says, if you were William, would you be calling Harry? He will just tell the world what you said at a time of his choosing. Well, if I were Harry and William called, I wouldn't pick up. In fact, I would quite like to take a flight over to London and punch him in the face, because that's the sort of person I am. I'm a very aggressive person. I'd be furious with him if I were Harry. Because Wills has basically called his wife a liar. I'd be apoplectic, me. Neil in Pembrokeshire texts, the issues seem to be broader than just the royal family. It's the entire royal institution that needs to change. If this was a company, charity or public body, and these kind of accusations were made, there would need to be a detailed and transparent investigation, and accountability would lie with the head of the organisation concerned. Well, yeah, transparent is the opposite of what we got with the royal family. And, by the way, this government. They were just going on, I covered this last week, I'm sure, going on about, this government is absolutely married to the concept of transparency, while running in the opposite direction. Gaslighting us, I think, is the phrase. Ursula texts, Republican plus Remainer equals bigot. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Sorry?
What does that mean?
I think they're calling you a bigot.
Really?
Maybe.
That's a bit weird, Ursula. How'd you work that out? Republican plus Remainer equals bigot? Do you even know what bigot means? Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Let's have the Czech Republic. Hello, Philip.
Hey, Nick.
Ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, Philip.
Yeah, sorry, I had to take you off speakerphone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm calling from Czech Republic. It's nice to speak to you. Been listening to you for a while.
Thanks.
First-time caller, although I'm not sure why that's relevant in any way to ever mention.
It isn't. But thanks for mentioning it.
Well, you're more than welcome.
Well, then, but you're more than welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so, I wanted to talk to you about Brexit.
Yeah.
And how it's affected me here in the Czech Republic.
Right. Has it slowed your speech?
Yeah, well, it's late at night.
Yeah, it's late at night. Right, of course.
Booze.
Yes.
Yeah, booze, exactly. Yeah, so basically, I don't think it's been reported much in the UK media, but we've been suffering quite a lot from, lack of British food here.
Do they not have food in Czechoslovakia? In the Czech Republic?
There's no such...
Yeah, they're
Come on, Nick.
Yeah, all right.
Come on, Nick.
But do they not have food there?
There's no such thing as
What are you... Yes. What are you missing?
Cheddar, bacon.
Bacon? They don't have bacon
tea.
in Europe?
We don't have proper bacon.
Proper? What?
Not in the Czech Republic, no.
They don't have bacon that comes from a pig? What kind of bacon do they have?
They have what they called angielski slanina, which is
that sounds absolutely delicious.
Well, it isn't, bro. It isn't.
Right, and so why are you missing these foods?
Well, wouldn't you miss cheddar?
No, why are they missing from the shelves?
Because of Brexit.
But why though?
It's too expensive. It's too expensive to import them.
Right, it's all about the money, honey. Get it? Too expensive to import them. Yeah, and the rules and the regulations that they have to adhere to, which, by the way, were set with us when we were in the EU.
Yeah, exactly. You've got no argument for me on this.
Right.
Absolutely not. Like, but luckily, I live in a country, the Czech Republic, that they really seem to like us here. You know, I'm a resident here now. You know, I don't have to worry about Brexit and God anymore.
Right.
You know?
Okay, well, that's great. It doesn't sound like you're worrying. You think you're the kind of person that worries about anything. You just sail through life in a cloud. A little pink fluffy cloud.
What's the choice, Nick?
What's the choice? What is the choice? Correct, Amundo. Yeah, turn off your mind, relax, and float downstream.
Rock and roll!
All right, thanks a lot, Philip. 0345 6060 973. This text says, Nick, Harry and Meghan couldn't have hated being members of the royal family, seeing as they wanted to work part-time. Are you... Right, okay, so that's a dig at the royal family? I think. Some of these are very, very complicated. I don't understand many of these. This one says, Meghan's not the first young female in the family. The is in inverted commas. I don't know why it's in inverted commas. Well, let's read on and find out. Meghan's not the first young female in the family. Even the Queen was young once. Margaret did her own thing, Anne too, and Fergie. But they got on with it. Kate too, she appears very dignified. What, doesn't say anything, you mean? That's what's required of women in that organisation, that they don't say anything. Unless they are part of the family. Women who come into the family, they get to say nothing. They get to smile, wear spangly jewellery, show lots of teeth, but say nothing. Does anybody actually know what's it sounds like? What's her voice like? Has she ever said anything on any subject? I mean, what about Wills? Has he ever said anything on any subject that anyone can remember? One single thing, that's all. This anonymous text says, why do you have to be such a smart aleck? Well, it's a living. Why do you... I mean, if you're so offended, why are you listening? This just blows my mind. People are furiously listening at home as though they've been strapped to a chair and that someone's taken the knob off their radio. Because that's what I do when I'm watching TV and, something... say I'm watching ITV and something irritating comes on. What I do is I call ITV up and ask them to change the programme rather than me flip the channel. Because that's the sort of person I am. Because that will work every time. Just call up ITV. I mean, if, some silly game show comes on and you'd rather watch a nature documentary, just call them up. Rather than change the channel yourself, just get the head of ITV on the phone and tell him or her, whoever it might be, to change the programme that you're watching on the channel that you've got on right there. God, everybody's got a complaint. But I do appreciate you putting up all the most negative comments that for me to read out, my glamorous assistant. What a mood he's in today. Nadine says, Nick, 4 exclamation marks. Considering the current issues being highlighted around women and the sexual harassment they experience, why isn't anyone talking about the fact that a day after International Women's Day, Piers Morgan made comments about his female colleagues' attire? Did he? Did he? Well, what did he say? Is there more on this message, or is that it? No, that's it. Well, what did he say? I mean, I don't watch that show, but oh my God, it doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. It's just this wave of publicity day after day after day with that show. Clip after clip after clip. I mean, if you look at Twitter, it's absolutely infested with Piers Morgan. Can't get away from him. Whoever is his PR consultant is doing an excellent job. He made a comment about his female colleague's attire. Well, was it, that's nice? I've got no idea what it is. Unless you tell me what he said, then I can't say anything about it. Let's have, let's have this one here. Kent, Jake.
Hi there, Nick.
Jake.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Sorry. Please don't chastise me too much for my naivety. I just wanted to raise, obviously, with the whole Brexit, it's now happened. We all voted the way we did. But I feel a little bit, having grown up abroad, I feel a little bit like people don't realise the fact that we were able to have a vote and we were able to have a democratic conversation, have a vote, and then now we should be able to, come back together as a country and make the best of it.
That's funny. Come back together as a country. Where on earth is that happening right now? Everybody's picking gangs.
Well, yeah, and I think that's sad, to be honest. I mean, as a child, I lived in Indonesia, and I remember Suharto getting overthrown by the people. And, that was just over being able to have elections, nothing more. So the fact that we're giving people an active say, not just their representatives, and then when people have that, if they don't get the result they like, or the Scottish want to redo the referendum 12 times till they get the result they want, I mean, that's not democracy. And ultimately,
well, neither is a referendum democracy. That's. I mean, you pick and choose the things that you allow the people to decide upon, based on whether you think you are going to agree with the decision that they come to. That's not democracy.
I suppose what I'm saying is, given that there is a result now, and if we accept that there was a referendum, there was a result, whether there should have been, all that. Whether we should have had a different information to make better decisions, that's irrelevant. I just feel
are you saying that? Wait. Are you saying that's relevant or irrelevant?
No, I'm saying that would be relevant, of course.
Right.
But now that we have a result, I feel like we all have a responsibility to try and do what we can with that. Now, I mean, obviously,
but what are you suggesting we do?
Well, I mean, for example, you very eloquently, were talking about the fact that trade's gone down and, all of these problems and it's making people poorer.
Yeah.
That's true. However, I suppose I'd like to believe, and this is where I'm probably naive, that if the super clever people on the Remain side and the super clever people on the Brexit side got together, they could find new ways of us doing business and hopefully mitigate that to an extent.
But how would you mitigate losing your major trading partner? I mean,
of course, it's not going to happen overnight.
Well, it might not happen at all. I mean, we could only find new markets, and there aren't any. We already do business with all of the world. Our biggest trading partner is the United States of America. If we do a trade deal with the USA, it really won't affect GDP hardly at all. It'll be tenths of a percentage point in increase. We already sell everything we can to America at almost zero or thereabouts tariffs. That's happening already. So striking a deal with them would be just replicating at best what we've already got with the EU. So the only way that we can actually mitigate the loss of free trade with our major trading partner that's right there on our doorstep is to find new markets, and there aren't any on this planet. So we're going to have to sell to people or things on another planet.
Well, I mean, I hope that's not the case, because I don't think even Elon Musk isn't quite ready to do that yet.
Right, give me an idea of which market we don't already trade with.
The thing is that's a loaded question, because I don't think there is a market that's ready and accessible.
No such thing exists.
No, but what I was going to say is, how about rather than simply that, why don't we go more fundamental? We have a lack of manufacturing jobs. We have a lack of... So certain things that obviously takes time to do that, but we could choose to rebuild our economy in a more sustainable way. We have an incredibly top-heavy economy. The City of London accounts for a huge percentage of GDP.
He just lost his mind there for a moment. I mean, he was making a good point, but he just expressed it in earthy language.
Disgusting.
So he had to go. Sorry about that. I protected your ears.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Better luck next time, Jake. He waited so long. That's why he was on hold for about an hour. But, you can say that kind of thing on television, Jake, but not on radio. Why? I've got no idea. But those are the rules. But the point he was trying to make was, I think, I'll clean it up for you, that we should repurpose our economy to be more multifaceted, as Germany's is. I mean, Germany does money. They do all that financial finagling. No! And we do too. But Germany also makes stuff for a living. And what things that we make is usually for foreign companies. Or companies that used to be British that have been bought by foreign companies. And we don't do much of it. That's not really our thing. Our thing is, the financial, misdeeds with money is our thing. But you know what? You can't change that overnight. You can't change it in a decade. You could change it in maybe a couple of generations. Since Margaret Thatcher decided that our future was in funny money, and that we should turn our back on making stuff for a living. I mean, when was that? 80s? What year is it now? It's taken that long. So maybe, fingers crossed, if we concentrate hard and try to repurpose our economy, then things will be looking rosy for your children's children. Anybody happy with that?
No.
Didn't think so. Teletext, Piers commented on the miniskirt one of the newsreaders was wearing. Well, how could you see what a newsreader is wearing below her waist? I mean, was she sitting down? I mean, I haven't seen that show. The only clips that I've seen of that show are for Piers ranting on at some trembling minister doing an excellent job. I haven't actually watched the programme. I've just seen clips on Twitter. I mean, and Twitter's absolutely peppered with them. In fact, half of Twitter is Piers Morgan yelling at some tremulous minister. So I don't know what the newsreader is like. In fact, I'm so uninformed about that show that they often show Piers Morgan next to the woman with the dark hair. I don't know what her name is, and I've never actually seen her speak, because it's always Piers Morgan just yelling at someone. And she's sitting there not saying anything. So I don't even know if she actually says anything. I would presume that she does, but I've never seen her speak. And I don't know what the newsreader looks like. I mean, some newsreaders do it standing up, don't they? But a miniskirt. She was wearing a newsreader was wearing was she reading the news from the 1960s? A miniskirt? Is that appropriate for a newsreader? I don't know. I mean, if she was sitting down, then it don't make never mind. This text says, Charlotte Hawkins came to work in a is that the same person? Who's Charlotte Hawkins?
She's the newsreader.
Oh, right, okay. So Charlotte Hawkins came to work in a miniskirt, but you've just written it wasn't a miniskirt.
Well, it wasn't that mini.
Well, how mini is mini?
About that mini?
Well, get up and show me where it came to. Sit back down again. It says Charlotte Hawkins came to work in a miniskirt and he got her to stand up and got the cameraman to zoom in on her legs. Okay. And this was a day after International Women's Day. Okay, well, that was just him being provocative. That's what he does. That's why the ratings went up by 1 million since he joined. It's because he keeps getting publicity over and over again. That's why he does that stuff. It's because it gets people to watch. It gets people to freak out. They write about him in the press, and that attracts publicity, and more people watch. That's why he did that, I would assume. I mean, the other side of that is, if Piers Morgan had come in to work in hot pants, would people have commented on it? If I had come in like a crop top with my belly out, would people have said anything? Okay, getting the cameraman to zoom in on her legs is going too far. But if you come to work or just present yourself in public showing an enormous amount of flesh, then you shouldn't be surprised if people look at your flesh. I mean, blokes go out and the only flesh that you can see is their hands and their face. Always. Whereas women, on the other hand, do not do that. Can you remember back far enough to recall when people used to be able to go out? Anybody remember that?
No.
Yeah, well, walking out into London's fashionable Leicester Square. Okay, there's a picture of the skirt. I'd say that's mid. Would you say that's mid thigh? It's a midi.
Midi skirt.
What do you know about it? Confidently expressing, oh yes, that's a midi. That is. Right. Well, it's not. I mean, it's not that sexual. I mean, I think below the knee for a newsreader. I mean, it's a pretty serious thing. Although, again, I haven't seen that show. It's all bright pastel colours, isn't it? It's a fluffy show. Apart from when Pierce is tearing strips off some government representative. Why they kept going on that show, I do not know. Maybe it's some sort of punishment. Well, you know, old Etonians, they love a bit of it, don't they? Thank you, sir. May I have another? Well, you know, Fox News in America, they all of their news readers look like way more sexualized than that. In fact, they look like they got a machine that stamps them out in the back. They're all exactly the blooming same. Long, ironed, straight blonde hair, much shorter skirts than that, and cleavage and arms and all of the rest of it, like they're in a cocktail bar, perched on stools, so as to maximise the effect of the long legs, in order to get old blokes drooling at the set. That's what that's for. Yeah, all of them. Fox News ladies. Where are you getting all this stuff?
It's the internet.
Am I right? Do they all look exactly the same?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly the same. All blonde. Almost like the person that's picking them has got a type. Yes. Well, we know who it was that picked them. He's dead now. His condition is described as satisfactory. This text says, who the hell does Markle think she is? Mother Teresa? Well, charity begins at home, and looking at her track record, she has no kindness or compassion. Yeah, I think it's the opposite of that, actually. You obviously haven't looked at her track record, otherwise you wouldn't say something so asinine. Francesca texts, Nick, so why didn't Meghan ask Harry what it was like to be a member of the royal family before they got married? Well, I expect that she did, and I expect that Harry prepared her in some way, but expected the best, you would think. He thought that maybe that institution had learned their lesson. But, I guess it takes a long time for some organisations to learn a lesson. And you have to want to learn the lesson in the first place. You have to agree that, or take on board that, you might not be completely correct in every respect about everything all the time. That you might be improvable. No luck there, apparently. Glasgow text, referendums are the tools of dictators. Yes, dictators and demagogues. And the last Leaver's remark, he said, that Scotland wants to keep having referendums until they get the right result. Well, Farage, when he thought he had lost the referendum, said the fight goes on. You can't have it both ways. Well, they can have it both ways. They're a have it and eat it cake people. Yeah, he did. That's exactly what he said.
We should have a second referendum.
He said that if it was 48 to 52, it would be unfinished business.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, and it was 48 to 52, except he was surprised that it went in his favour. And then it was finished business. So they do want it both ways. Jim Tex, Remainers didn't want change. Remainers were happy to carry on with things as they were. Leavers are hilarious when they say that Remainers should get behind the rubbish changes. Seriously, if people walked into their homes and started chucking their stuff in a skip because that's what other people wanted, would they give it their blessing? Probably not. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Dorset. Phil.
Hello, good evening and welcome. I listen to your show because it's very funny. That's why I don't turn it off, because it's the comedy of nonsense.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Brexit is a marathon, not a sprint. We're not going to expect benefits in 3 months, especially during a lockdown.
Or your lifetime, perhaps.
Well, no, that was my impression of David Frost, by the way, at the beginning.
Right.
And I promise I won't swear.
Okay, at what period can we start expecting the benefits?
Well,
give us a date.
Approximately. It'll take a few years.
How many
obviously.
years? 2 years.
Well, we don't know, but
3,
but, you know,
5.
Now we've left the EU, we can trade with other countries outside of Europe, all around the world, which we couldn't do whilst we were in Europe.
Phil, are you out of your mind?
No, I'm perfectly rational. Thank you very much.
Well, on that point, we will agree to disagree. Do you seriously think that we haven't traded with any other country outside the EU?
Well, we can have trade deals further afield with other countries all around the world,
right,
which we couldn't do while we were in the European Union, because we could only trade with those countries in the EU. We could only have trade deals with those countries in the EU. Now we're free to have trade deals with every country in the world.
Name me one country that within the EU we did not have a trade deal with.
One country within the EU
that we didn't trade with when we were in the EU. Name me one country. I'll make this really simple. One country on earth that we did not trade with while we were in the EU.
Well, we traded with all of them, but
Bingo.
we were imposed. We had to listen to all their red tape and bureaucracy about accepting unlimited immigration and all this other rubbish.
No, well, it wasn't unlimited.
And saying we're not allowed to vaccinate all our people and all this stuff.
Okay,
and the
well,
EU Medicines Agency.
In
and
the
all
one breath, you got two things wrong. It was not unlimited immigration. There were rules and regulations
but
that we could have.
Any unskilled person could come and work here, couldn't they?
If they did work here, then it was to the benefit of this country.
Well, it was driving down wages, wasn't it?
No, actually, it wasn't. Oh,
well, it
my
was.
God. No, it wasn't. There's no evidence whatsoever. In fact, all the evidence points to the contrary, that it did not decrease the wages of unskilled people.
Well, I think, it did. But because
you saying it did doesn't make it so.
Well, I'm afraid it's true.
Points to the evidence.
Well, wages have fallen in real terms over the last 10 years, haven't they?
That has nothing to do with the European Union.
Well, it didn't help matters, did it? The fact that we were in that club and we were having to compete with all this cheap labour from abroad.
Do you think that that's going to change?
Yes, but it's a marathon, not a sprint, as I say.
Yeah, you did say that.
And all these people that have been vaccinated, they can thank that on us not being in the EU Medicines Agency,
right,
which we would have to queue behind another 430 million people.
I don't know where you get your information, Phil, but absolutely everything you said to me is wrong, is the opposite of the truth.
Well,
where do you
disagree?
It's not agreeing and disagreeing. These are not opinions. You're stating things as facts, and they're not. It's the opposite of the... Again, you just saying, well, they are, might work if you were having a discussion with somebody on Facebook, but it doesn't work in real life.
I don't use the internet because it's fake news.
Right, where do you get your news from?
I get it from the television, which is impartial.
You get it from the television? Well, what you're hearing
is... Because they're not allowed to express opinions on TV.
Then what you're getting, Phil, is being mangled once it reaches the inside of your head and is coming out all wrong.
No.
Yeah, again, you just saying no doesn't make it so.
Well, time will tell which one of us is right.
Yeah, well, in many of the instances of in many of the topics up for discussion with you so far, time has already told who is right.
Well, yeah.
And it's not, and here's a clue, it's not you.
It's mainly due to COVID, all this disruption.
That's not true.
But anyway,
if that were true, then our trade with other countries outside the EU would also be significantly affected, and it isn't.
Well, other countries outside the EU would also be significantly affected by what?
If it was down to COVID, then trade with all countries would be significantly affected, and they're not.
Well...
Go on, tell me yes it is.
Well, we still get stuff in the shops, don't we? Before we left the EU, we were told all the shops would be empty, there'd be nothing on the shelves and all this nonsense. It's rubbish.
Well, I don't know where you got that. Which TV news channel did you get that from?
All the were saying during the Brexit debate, we leave the EU, there'll be nothing on the shelves.
Who said that?
There'll be food shortages. It was politics of doom, wasn't it?
Who said that?
All the Ramonas during the referendum.
Name one person that said that.
Well, I can't remember now.
Right, okay. All right, God. Way too long he lasted on this show. Crispo tweets, this caller must be a wind-up. Initially I thought that, but then I thought, nobody's that good an actor. No one is that good an actor. Name a really, really good actor.
David Jason.
Okay. All right. David Jason is not that good an actor. That bloke exists in real life. Can you believe that? No. He gets his information from the TV news. Right. It's... Yeah, okay. This country, the future direction of this country has been decided by people like that. We trusted people like that to decide the future of our country. That's what a referendum does to you. I thought we elected politicians in order that they would be brighter than the average human. That they would be able to fashion the future of this country for the benefit of the people. What dictators and demagogues like to do is misinform the public, then give them a referendum to reinforce what they wanted to do in the first place, which is against the interests of the people that are doing the voting, which is where we are. Give people a little information, make them very angry, and they will pretty much vote for anything. The most ill-informed will, anyway. The future of this country has been decided by that bloke. Huh. I wonder which political party he's a member of.
We've got a few idiots in us.
I'm a Republican and a Remainer, so apparently a bigot. This is in relation to some texter earlier on who said just that. A Republican and a Remainer, then that equals bigot, which I think is a fundamental misunderstanding of the definition of the word bigot. Never mind. Paul says, I don't really care about Hazza and Sparkles, except at least I'm not paying for them now. Yeah, that's right. Yes, we don't have to pay for them now. He says, I've got a wife and kids. I'm also bankrolling this spendthrift Tory government and the rest of the royal family. Every little helps. This says, how on earth do you keep a straight face? Where on earth do these people hide during the day? They're everywhere. They are everywhere. Talking about that last caller. I don't wish to upset you, but there's probably one standing behind you right now. And Michelle says, you must never go out on a summer's day. You certainly don't only see men's hands and faces then. It's topless beer bellies all round. Unfortunately, they don't make sunglasses dark enough to blot it out. Yeah, but do they dress that way when they're reading the news, though, Michelle? I mean, think back. Have you ever seen a male newsreader in even short-sleeved shirts? Bet you haven't. Liverpool. Hello, David.
Hi, Nick. What about that last barn pot? I mean,
What a nutcase he was.
Well,
whatever they pay you there, you're worth 10 times.
Every penny, yeah.
Every penny, you're quite correct.
Yeah.
Listen, about Meghan and Harry.
Yes.
It's only a few years ago that Harry was the darling of everybody.
Yeah.
He did 2 tours of Afghanistan. That's what the lad did.
And the Invicta Games, and he and Meghan were the stars of that family. Their personality, their star wattage power eclipsed all of the others, bar the Queen herself.
Yeah, it was like a breath of fresh air, wasn't it?
And that family business were pinning their hopes on them.
Yeah.
I mean, the silent smiling types, they were going to get the serious jobs. But to bring the kids on board, which was vital for the future of that company, the royal family is a company, then it's a corporation, they had to bring the kids on board. And it was Meghan and Harry that they were pinning their hopes on. Because, I mean, no teenager is going to be thrilled with excitement that Prince William is going to come over. I mean, not really. But with Hazard and Sparkles, they'd lose their mind. They'd be so thrilled.
Well, William's never I've never heard William talk about anything. Or maybe the football. Something about football when he was...
I can't recall a single thing he's ever said on any subject.
And Kate, I don't think I've ever heard her speak.
No, I've got no idea what she sounds like.
Yeah.
But that's not the job. The job is to be a shop window mannequin. Just wear expensive clothes, lots of jewellery, have great teeth, and smile a lot.
Yeah. Do you think if Oprah asked to interview Andrew for a couple of hours, do you think he'd go over there? You know, they make me sick, you know, these people.
I'm going to say...
No.
No, 1,000 times no.
And if It's a Knockout ever comes back, Edward can run it.
Yeah.
Prince Edward, he could do it.
Right. Well, I don't think he's doing anything else at the moment. I haven't heard about him or seen him really in public for a dog's age.
I know, but by God, you've earned your corn tonight.
All right.
Honestly.
Thanks a lot, David. They can back a lorry of it up to the building. I'll take delivery of it at 1. Thanks. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Nadine texts, please don't dismiss Piers' behaviour towards Meghan this week. Are you listening to this show, Nadine? That's the opposite of what I've done, dismiss his behaviour. Yeah, there's another one who's not listening. I'd like to complain in the strongest possible terms about something I didn't hear you say. What is this thing on? Hello? Can you confirm that I am actually broadcasting on the radio? You think so? Right, okay, we'll check. Listen to me, Nadine. This one says, didn't Smog say in a televised interview that Brexit benefits will take around 50 years to manifest? What? 50 years? Oh, my God. 50 years. Is that your opinion?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Elspeth says, it's a marathon, not a sprint, says Phil about Brexit. I think it's a race to the bottom, and right now the UK is winning. Well, at least we're winning something. We're winning in the race to the bottom. Let's have Reigate. Hello, Margaret.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
I've been listening to you waffling so long with the adverts, I've nearly forgotten what I was going to say.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Oh, yes.
Yes.
No, you wouldn't. Hello. Hello. You would not like... Hello. Oh, you're trying to cut me off here. You wouldn't like what Piers Morgan was saying about your friend, Meghan.
Yeah, I know, I heard it.
Oh, did you?
I heard bits of it. I saw the clip, yes.
Well,
on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Well, she sued him and he's had to leave his job. That was
I don't think
very
she's,
nice,
I don't think she sued him.
She rang up ITV and complained.
Yeah, but that's not suing.
Well, almost. She may do that next, and who knows? And what's that woman trying to do to my queen and her family, and even Andrew? What have you got to say about that?
I don't know. What point are you making? I'm confused.
Well, what's she trying to do? She's trying to bring down the royal family.
No,
Look at the way she treats her own father.
No,
Why did she show him some compassion? It's disgusting. All he did was have photos taken. He didn't know how to behave. Nobody told him.
He didn't know how to behave towards his own daughter?
No, he shouldn't have had photos taken. What was the harm in that? That's why she's not speaking to him. I think it's disgusting.
Margaret, Margaret.
If she's got mental problems, she's got her mother there and Harry, so I hate her. I hate them.
Right. I think that somebody has problems in this conversation, Margaret.
It's not me.
Well, I'm not sure that that's true.
Leave lovely Wills and Kate alone. He speaks very well, and so does Kate.
Well, what has she ever said on any subject? Name me what.
Well, she's been speaking about the COVID and bringing up the hospitals and speaking to patients. Don't you ever watch the news?
No. She's bringing up hospitals.
Yes.
Right.
Talking about COVID, COVID, people have been in hospital, very ill.
She's talking about COVID.
She wasn't speaking to them, she was speaking to the nurses and families.
Right.
And speaking very nicely.
Right.
Yes.
Well, that's great.
You're getting everybody to hate the royal family. It's not fair.
I'm getting everyone to hate the royal family.
Because you're always running them down. I think the Queen is lovely. The whole family are lovely.
The whole family?
I would hate them not to be there.
You like Prince Edward?
Yes, of course I do.
What do you like about him?
You mean Andrew?
No, I mean Edward.
Well, you don't hear much about Edward, do you?
So you don't really like anything about him?
No, I like him. I like them all.
But what do you like? But what do you like about him?
Even Andrew.
But what do you like about him?
Well, he's what's wrong with him? Why don't you like him? I mean, these women.
You accuse me of not looking at the news.
No, but these women. I know what you mean. These women were not like. Well, these people are supposed to.
Yeah. You're getting annoyed. You're getting annoyed, Margaret. Take a look in my mind. You're getting annoyed. Oh. Like I said, they're everywhere.
Oh,
no. Yeah, that's right. Little old me with this inconsequential show. I personally am bringing down the royal family. I think they're doing a pretty good job of bringing down themselves. They don't need... Nick texts, the sad thing is these red-faced leavers will die still believing it will get better and feel patriotic about it. Yeah, well, the thing with that is it's not patriotism, it's the opposite of that, it's selfishness. I, and probably you too, Nick, want what's best for this country. They want what they have been persuaded is best for them personally. It's not patriotism, it's selfishness, it's the opposite of patriotism. But they will go to their graves thinking that they are being more patriotic, but they aren't. It's the opposite of that. They don't care what damage they do unless they get what they want. Unless? No, they don't care what damage they do despite... Oh, I can't finish that sentence. Unless feels wrong. How should that sentence ordinarily go? Oh my God! Do you ever listen to anything that happens on this show? Occasionally, right? So, I surprised him every single time he's in there doing something else. I think he's listening to Classic FM. I know Classic FM is relaxing, but I'm trying to do a show here. 0345 6060 973. I think you talk to them too long. Just name, address, telephone number. That's all you need. Croydon. Hello, Rebecca. Croydon. Hello, Rebecca. Oh, Rabina. No, not Rebecca. You're Rabina.
I am indeed. Thank you. You actually said my name correctly, and a lot of people say it in so many different ways. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Rabina. Yes.
Thank you. First time I've ever called in to you. There was a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about, but to begin with, I just wanted to follow on from your previous caller, who, had like her negative attitude and hatred towards Meghan and Harry. I'm I'm not a royalist in any way, but I am fascinated with the monarchy and how they've got to where they've got to, and the power, and how, how their mindset is. And there's two things I want to say in regard to that. First of all, unfortunately, people who have this hatred against who are negative to this situation going on at the moment are the same people who are the Brexiters, in my opinion anyway, anti-vaxxers, Trump supporters. They are the kind of, in my opinion, they're the kind of people who are just, who prefer to be angry and always have something to be angry and hateful towards.
There's a lot of that about.
Yeah, because to be at peace and to be you wanting to meet in the middle, to certain people will make them feel like that they are weak and
I tell you
they
why.
are losing.
I'll tell you why. Some people like to go on roller coasters. Some people like to watch horror films. Some people like to throw themselves out of a plane with a parachute on their back because it's exciting. Some people like to pick fights in bars or at football matches because it's exciting. It gets the blood going. It gets the adrenaline going.
Can I just stop
hang on a minute.
I understand.
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Hang on. So I'll finish in a second, then you can go again. And in the same way, anger also has the same effect on the brain. It pumps adrenaline around the system, and people get addicted to it, just as they do drugs. It's you're giving yourself a drug hit by getting angry, and it's very addictive. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I 100% agree with you. And just for the example you said, a minute ago when I was about to cut in, I used to actually run pubs, and with the whole football scenario, all that kind of thing, and just people just being angry. It's just people feel better at being angry than not being angry.
Yeah, it's exciting.
So that is just. Exactly. It gives them, well, in my opinion, and in all fairness, it takes a lot for a person to learn to be at peace with themselves, etc., etc. But some people are just not willing. They just want to be angry.
They're addicted.
Exactly. And then
they have
moving
to
on,
go cold turkey. Just
Exactly.
relax, people.
Exactly. And then just moving on to this whole, like with the royal family, so many people are like, oh, the royal family, they're this, they're that, the other. But the God's honest truth of it is, the royal family, they are like this institution, whatever, but they don't pay your bills. When they shake your hand, which is very rare, they'll do it with gloves on. And moving on to my second point, and I hope I'm not taking too much
all
of
of that
time.
was your first point. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. But moving on to my second point, with this whole Harry and William and all this whole situation,
yes.
The fact is, if you look at history, the newspapers are modern day courtiers. When you look at history and you had brothers, Rich, just look through history. I'm not going to go into one, but through history, you had people who would make brothers fight against one another like kings because they were able to manipulate. And basically, that is, in a way, what is going on right now.
It's good box office. They're making money, honey.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah. Because papers get sold when they give a negative story.
Precisely.
And when they feed into hatred.
That's why they make you angry. That's why every other headline in the tabloid press has got the word fury in it.
Exactly. And if there's one more thing, because I know I've been on for quite a long time and I don't want to take any more of your time up, but one more point I wanted to make was,
yes.
Sorry, don't laugh at me, because I feel quite honoured that you've taken my call.
Well, I feel honoured that you made it.
But also, I know you're a fan of Kew Gardens. Have you read the news today about them having to explain?
I did.
And I personally, I think there is nothing wrong with that, because we have this moral, on the Western society in English, we have this moral high ground that we must invade countries and show them democracy. We are the people that know everything. We know everything right.
Yeah, and they appreciate us barging in uninvited to another country, tell them they're doing everything wrong, nick all their best stuff, and shoot them if they make a complaint.
Well, as a Muslim Pakistani, I won't complain about that.
And
right. I won't go into history.
No,
but the bottom line
history.
of it is...
Yeah, we don't want a history lesson or any other kind of lesson.
Of course, because it will show people the truth and what has been going on in this world.
I just find it boring. I just don't like history. It's just a bunch of names and dates. I can't stand it. But anyway, Rebecca, leave it with me. Rabina, yeah. Can I call you Rebecca?
You can.
Okay, excellent. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There you are, you see, cooperative. Yeah, you'd have to really twist yourself into some sort of pretzel knot to get upset about this. But people managed to do it anyway. Kew Gardens has vowed to show visitors how plants on display played a part in British colonialism and the slave trade. The famous Botanic Gardens in London will change display boards for plants such as sugarcane, previously harvested by slaves to highlight their imperial legacy. Now, people say, well, you're rewriting history, but that is the complete opposite of what's happening. They're not rewriting history. Covering it up is rewriting history. Illuminating history is what they're doing. And you'd have to really be making a massive effort to find this objectionable. In other news, Tory MP Sir John Hayes found it objectionable. Sir John Hayes said he would inquire about the cost to the taxpayer for the publicly funded gardens of changing a sign on a sugarcane plant. How about we inquire about the cost to the taxpayer of Tory MP Sir John Hayes looking into the cost to the taxpayer of changing a sign on a sugarcane plant? I mean, approximately how much public money was spent on that? What's his hourly rate? Sir John of the Parliamentary Common Sense Group. Can you look that up for me? The Common Sense Group. Can't wait to find out about this. The Parliamentary Common Sense Group. Now, I want you to draw me a Venn diagram. Are you familiar with Venn diagrams?
Yeah.
Right. I want you to draw me a Venn diagram of the Parliamentary Common Sense Group to the European Research Group to the COVID Research Group. I bet it's just one circle. Sir John of the Parliamentary Common Sense Group told the Mail, "This is preposterous posturing." This is preposterous posturing by people who are so out of touch with the sentiment of patriotic Britain. Wow. The sentiment of patriotic Britain. So to be a patriot, you have to ignore our history. You literally are rewriting history to be a patriot in this country. You have to ignore everything that we have done to be a patriot. That's not being a patriot, that's the opposite of that. That's being ashamed of who we are. He said they would be better off spending the rest of their days in a potting shed. That is literally what they do for a living in Kew Gardens. He says this is typically bourgeois liberal arrogance, which is ill-fitting of the people that get public funding. Oh my God, now they're going to defund Kew Gardens? Are you kidding me? The sugarcane display at the 326-acre Royal Botanic Gardens, a World Heritage Site in southwest London, will be the first to be reworded. I've spent hundreds of hours in Kew Gardens. I don't recall seeing a single sign about sugar or any other blooming plant. You go there to look at the flowers and look at the trees. And if you want to learn what plants they are, then there it is in Latin. Some people go there to be educated. Well, there's educational materials there, if that's what you want. No one is forcing it upon you. You don't have to sit there and take a lecture on it. But it is educational if you want it to be. Sugarcane was the main crop produced on Caribbean plantations, then part of British colonies, during the 18th and the 19th century. UK slave traders supplied Africans to the plantations. Yes, we dragged human beings out of their homes in countries that we had just invaded. We put them in shackles and dragged them to ships, where we put them in the bottom of the ship, chained them together for the trip back, and any that died on the way we threw over the side. And then we sold them for a lifetime of slavery. And that's much of the way in which we became the country that turned the map pink. And now all of these people who are having this obvious truth displayed to them are saying that the recognition of that is rewriting history, when it is the obvious inverse of that. Oh my God, the Common Sense Group created by Steve Baker. See? I was completely correct in every respect. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Sugarcane, the main crop produced on Caribbean plantations, then part of the British colonies during the 18th, 19th century, UK slave traders supplied Africans to the plantations, with the profits going back into the empire, run by the royal family. The changes will be carried out to other plants at Kew, which are relevant, which has 50,000 species in total and attracts more than 2 million visitors to its sites in London and Sussex, both of which are an absolute marvel and are, if anything, underfunded. Oh my God. These people. That is one of the biggest nonsenses that I've heard in my entire lifetime. That demonstrating our past, acknowledging our past, is rewriting history. It's the opposite of that. It's the people who don't want to acknowledge our past that are attempting to rewrite history. Again, it's like, what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would tell you that up is down. He would just keep telling you the opposite of the truth. That seems to be the guiding principle of this administration. Whatever is the issue at hand, just think, what would Donald Trump do? Let's have Tunbridge Wells. Adam.
Hey, hope you're well.
Yes, thanks.
Good. So I just wanted to ask you if you'd also noticed the amount of PR going on by the royal family of late.
Yes.
In regards to surrounding themselves with the most black-looking black people they could possibly find. Without being, I'm black myself, I might add, but I would think they're recruiting from the unemployed cast of Dreamgirls. The amount of black people I've seen them surround themselves with, after this Meghan Markle situation.
I had noticed
I've never seen them with so many people of diverse colours in my whole life.
I think that they have a vast PR department who have all been working 24 hours a day to come up with something to negate the negative publicity. Yeah.
Well, the lady does protest too much. I mean, the last time William and Kate were around that many people that didn't look like them, they were being carried in a tuk-tuk in Polynesia. So it just really surprised me. And I'm just following while I was waiting for your to be put on. I just heard you speaking about the sugarcane situation.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful that you've brought that up, because so many people don't want to acknowledge it. It's actually quite offensive to those of us who are actually people of colour or Caribbean or ex-slaves or former Commonwealth. It's so good that you can actually mention that without,
I don't understand.
World falling apart.
I genuinely don't understand the argument that people who are acknowledging our past are rewriting history. That's the opposite of the truth. They're illuminating history.
Preach. But you know how people are so upset that Meghan was wearing something from a royal who does disgusting things. And I kept thinking, but she was wearing a crown from our disgusting royal family. So he's just done just as much offensive things to other people.
If you talk about blood diamonds, I don't think the royal family really want to go down that route, do they?
Nick, you're singing to me right now, honestly. Keep dropping them truth bombs.
Oh, right, thanks. By the way, preach, is that like a new word with the kids?
Yeah. I'm keeping you cool. I'm keeping you down.
Right, okay. All right, thanks a lot, Adam. You see, now, when he says down, he actually means up. I think the kids are confused because bad is good, or at least it used to be. It's probably so far out of fashion now that bad is probably bad again. And good maybe means good, or does good mean bad? But, you know, I'm hip, I'm with it. 0345 6060 973. That's a new one on me. Preach. That's probably red hot and hip. This says, Nick, Brexit voters complain about giving the EU 39 billion euros to leave, but don't say a word about the money that we give to the Royals or the 37 billion that the Tories wasted on track and trace. Yeah, or the fact that they wanted to have a bonfire of red tape. That's what they were promised, and what we've actually got is a mountain of it. And that getting trade deals with other nations was going to be a piece of cake and was going to benefit us massively. I think so far we've got one with Japan. I think that's our biggest net. And it's going to benefit us to the tune of, I think, 0.4% of GDP, something like that, which is a number akin to zero. And they also said that we didn't want to be elected by or ruled by unofficial bureaucrats. And then Bodger put Lord Frost in charge of our relationship with the European Union. Lord Frost being an unelected bureaucrat.
Oh no!
And we the second house, the largest upper house in the world, the House of Lords, every single one of them unelected. By the way, that does seem to be a racket in order that the royal family's interests are maintained and brought to the fore. Because it's absolutely stuffed with people that were put there by the monarch. It does seem to be a bit perverse, doesn't it? I mean, they say, oh, well, she never says anything, she never complains or has to explain. No, but that's because she's got an entire judicial body to do her explaining and complaining for her. It's absolutely stuffed with people that she put there. It's like Donald Trump stuffing the courts with judges appointed by him. He thought that it was a get-out-of-jail-free card. Well, we'll see. We'll see, I suppose. I mean, it's things are still going through the courts, whether the judges that he appointed will actually act in his interest. That's why he put them there, because he thought they would. Maybe they'll build a wall around him.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
10 puppies are the first in the UK to take part in a new programme which aims to breed the best possible guide dogs. A genetic study is going to look at the genetics of more than 3,000 puppies to try to link genes with health and behaviour to become super puppies. I like the sound of that. Sound a bit like robots.
Affirmative.
Super puppies. Now, if they could just stop them, going on the pavement, they'd be super no pooper puppies. Think about it. Scientists should be all over that. Carrick Fergus. Hello, Barry.
How's it going?
All right.
I don't really know where to start with this.
Start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start.
I mean, there's a pretty famous interview on YouTube with an KGB agent in the 80s, I think it is, talking on American TV after he had defected, talking about how Russia didn't seek to win wars on the battlefield. They sought to denationalise the country and strip them of their culture, which is pretty much what we're kind of seeing with all these polarised opinions, I think.
Well, they just get us to fight amongst ourselves so that they can be, by comparison, stronger and healthier and richer.
Well, not even by comparison. I guess they're kind of winning if we're the ones fighting amongst ourselves while they continue to advance.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Vlad the Insaner pointing at other countries and saying, look at that shower over there. They can't even agree on anything.
But it seems to work pretty well, whereas what we're doing doesn't seem to be working out so well.
Not so far, no.
You know, people seem to forget that there was proof of Russian interference in the referendum, and it's not that long ago.
Yeah, but even though it wasn't that long ago, they still deny that its very existence.
Yeah, I just think it's pretty... it's almost exactly what that KGB agent described.
It's all going very well.
Different history.
Right.
Because then we forget who we are and that we were actually great once and that we might not have been the worst people in the world. So, yeah, that was just kind of my point that we're putting into Russian interference.
All right, thanks a lot, Barry. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Liz.
Hello there, Nick.
Hello there, Liz.
Nice to hear your voice again. And 3 nights a week now. That is fantastic.
I know.
Yes. I can be educated, entertained and enlightened for 3 nights a week.
Okay. If you say so.
All the 3 E's.
Right.
Well, why I've rung up...
By the way, everything starts with an E.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Which is true.
Yes. I've been meaning to pick the phone up for a week.
Yes.
And I've been shouting at the radio. I've been incensed.
Oh. Yeah.
And you're the only one that is... I've been talking to the radio saying somebody mentioned the brooch and nobody has. And I listen to LBC all the time.
Yes.
And nobody... Well, not that... You know, I do sleep sometimes, and it may have been mentioned in that time, but nobody's mentioned the brooch. And that night, I think, if I'm correct, Nick, was the night that party, or whatever you call it, was the introduction to the family.
Right.
She was there to meet all the family for the first time.
Right.
And that was her experience, racism, right from the word
well,
go.
the Duchess of wherever, I can't remember what her name is.
Princess Madam of Kent.
Right, exactly. She said that she was very surprised and quite shocked and disappointed and apologetic that any offence was caused or given or felt or any and all of the above. But it's just a coincidence that from the literally thousands of jewels that she could have chosen, she chose one of a black slave to pin to her lapel. Yeah.
Yes, she planned that.
Well, we don't know. We don't know that any more than we know whether Wills and Whatsit planned to put... Wait a minute, hang on a minute. Planned to put a picture of a black slave on the wall in the living room that they greeted Barack Obama in.
Well, Princess Michael of Kent is a madam, and she's an outsider. She's an outsider. This is what I can't understand. Nobody likes her. She's notorious.
Well, I've got no idea whether anybody likes her or not.
The stories all say that. She's a grasper, a schemer. She acts high and mighty, and you'd think that she would extend a hand to help a new incomer.
I don't think. She didn't. Well, I get the feeling that institution has a problem with women from the outside coming in. I mean,
yes, it seems it, doesn't it?
Yeah, these hissing courtiers, they just don't like it.
And if I can make another couple of points, please, Nick. Then, when she came out of hospital with a new baby, Danny Baker posted a picture.
Yeah, I know, but okay. I don't think that's what Danny Baker meant. I think that he was... it was unfortunate But I don't think that was the point that he was trying to make. I really don't think that that's who he is. So if you want to skip past that and go to your next one.
Okay, well, even if he didn't, right, she and Harry saw it. And is anybody surprised that he wanted to take his wife, away?
For not that particular reason, but for all of the rest that's happened, I personally would have left a long time ago, were I he.
Yes, but that must have been the cherry on the cake. That terrible. I still feel for her,
right,
and for both of them. You're emotional when you've come out of hospital with a new baby.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to go down that route, but I don't think that Danny Baker was guilty in that regard. I think it was just unfortunate, and he didn't mean it that way. I firmly believe he did not mean it that way. So, thanks, Liz. 0345 6060 973. What's this? Oh, this is about the puppies. Super puppies. I like that. I'd like a super puppy. Wouldn't you like a super puppy? Wouldn't that be super? Let's have Burnley. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for taking my call.
Paul.
It's about Harry and Meghan.
Yeah.
The Queen has reigned for 70 years. She's maintained cordial and friendly relations with 13 prime ministers, numerous world leaders.
I'm not sure that's true, is it? I didn't. She absolutely hate, and vice versa, Margaret Thatcher. We've got absolutely no idea what goes on in that room.
Okay. Well, she's maintained cordial relations with other royal families, dignitaries, leaders and heads of faith, academics.
Well, who doesn't maintain cordial relations with the people they meet?
Well, could I just finish my point?
Oh, yeah?
Okay, thanks. Representatives of every culture and background and members of every group of society suddenly has a problem with a minor TV personality who is on a second marriage, doesn't speak with her father and siblings, and has had numerous fallouts with friends and peers, and shows multiple traits of being a sociopath. It's a tough call.
Multiple traits of being a sociopath? What traits?
Well, she's exploitative, she's manipulative, she's isolated Harry, he's lost everything.
She has isolated Harry?
Absolutely.
In what way?
He's lost the Invictus Games. He's lost the country.
Yes, but she didn't cause that.
He's lost his family.
She didn't cause that.
The
Queen caused that.
He's lost nothing. But she's only gained an amount of publicity that she craves that a third-rate acting could never bring her. She will do to Harry exactly as she's done with all those unfortunate.
Oh my God! Will you people ever stop? You think of Harry, this grown man. He's been to war, and you talk about him like he's some small child being led astray by Cruella de Marco. It's just comical. I mean, the sort of outpouring of bile from you people at that woman. It's like the mob has been whipped up by the press. And that's the thing is, you probably wouldn't feel this way unless the press had directed your fury. This is why every other headline in the tabloid press has got the word fury in it. Oh my God, there was fury at Netflix stopping people who don't pay for their service from accessing their service. Fury at Netflix fans who are being asked, pretty please with sugar on top, would you stop stealing our product? And they were furious. That's how the papers reported it. Everybody's furious all the time. Reel your neck in, Paul. It's got nothing to do with you. Leave her alone. Everybody's a bloomin' expert. The Queen had cordial relations. She chats for a living to strangers. That's what she does. course she had cordial relations. What do you think, she's going to tear the place up and throw plates at people? Who doesn't have cordial relations with strangers? I think I would have made a bit more of an effort to make a new member of the family feel welcome. That might have been cordial, Paul. God, people like that. It's only when you do a show like this, or you listen to one, that you realise how many people out there are like that. Absolutely full to the brim with bile. Itching to just pour it all over everybody. Well, away with yourself, Paul. Away to stew in your furious crimson world. Harry will continue to be involved in the Invictus Games.
That's a fact.
It's a fact?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, but we're not interested in facts on this show. We're all about feelings now, baby.
We're running late.
Lisa texts on a night like this. She says, I agree, let's leave Haz and Megs alone. I am sick of hearing about them, says Lisa. Can the media just stop publishing about them? Let them get on with the life that they have chosen. No, they can't. Because money is the reason why. And that's it. It's they've got everybody whipped up into a frothing fury for money. That's the reason why they keep writing about them all the time. It's about the money, honey. And no other reason. That's why they try to keep their readers angry all the time, with great success, by the way. Because if you're angry, then you will continue to want, and you get addicted to that anger, then you'll keep coming back to where the source of the anger lies, which is the website or paper of your choice. They just need to keep you angry and fearful. You're being manipulated. Seven Oaks, hello, Mark.
Hi. I know that people are recounting the rolling disaster that is Brexit, but nobody seems to be suggesting a positive and obvious solution.
Oh, God, here we go.
Brexit.
Don't say rejoin the EU.
I said end Brexit.
What does that mean?
Well, it does involve rejoining the EU, but if you say rejoining the EU, people think of joining the EU like Turkey has tried to, and various other countries have a difficult time of it. But it's the EU's policy to allow us to simply go back to where we were before. And that policy continues until the end of the negotiations, which is probably many years in the future.
Yeah, Mark, we lost. Get over it.
In what sense do you mean that? I mean, after all...
I mean that as a country, we lost, and we are being invited by the people who think it's in our best interests to get over it.
Well, why not we lost, let's do something about it? I mean...
Well, you want to know the reason? It's because we're being run by whoever shouts the loudest. That's the reason why we can't do anything about it, because we are being run by whoever shouts the loudest.
I'm a nutcase.
Yes, but the problem is this seems to have gaslighted some of the people who should know better. I mean, after all, people are not going to say because the Conservatives won the last general election, we lost, get over it, so they'll just be in power forever. I mean, they're going to put forward their policies. So why aren't they putting forward the policy of ending Brexit?
Well, that would be the duty of the opposition, but the opposition seems to be almost non-existent, really. I mean, I don't know what they stand for. I don't know. I don't detect much of an opposition at all. Do you?
Well, you have a point, but it is the case that a vote for Labour is a vote to end Brexit, because the coalition partners they will need are all enders. So that is an inevitable conclusion of that. And although they're not saying it, neither are the Conservatives. And as the Conservatives are better at this sort of thing, the Conservative Brexiteers are craftier politicians. The fact that they're not publicising that fact tells me it's the right thing for me to do, because it's what they don't want, basically.
Yeah, I think that we've been hypnotised by promises of a better future, which are vanishingly unlikely to come. We have hobbled ourselves and will become poorer by comparison to where we would have been. I mean, it's already happened, of course. The pound is worth much less than it was before the referendum. People don't notice it so much because, lately we haven't been able to go abroad. But things will become less affordable. Your horizons will be limited. But you won't notice it because you won't have another country that remained in the EU to compare ourselves with. There is no exact comparison. So we'll just carry on. And people who voted to leave will say, well, they'll survey the country and say, well, you see, we're still here. And of course we will be. The country won't burst into flames, flip upside down and sink, and they will chalk that up as a success. But not by comparison to where we would have been.
Yes, but you're talking about the people who voted to leave. I mean, there are lots of people who, first of all, didn't vote in the referendum because they were too young. And secondly, there are loads of people who voted to remain. And the LBC poll showed that 62% of people want another vote on EU membership. Well, I mean, I imagine that they're all enders, aren't they? I mean, how many Brexiters would want another vote on EU membership now?
Just give it.
That's a big percentage in favour of
all right, okay.
something about it.
I know, but you and I know it's not going to happen because we, like I said, there's no way around it. We're being run by whoever shouts the loudest, and the people that want out for their own nefarious means and reasons are the ones that shout the loudest. And they have persuaded a significant number of people that to say the opposites, to say anything other than Brexit is the route to great sunny uplands, is unpatriotic. You are literally a traitor unless you agree with them. But what their interests are, the billionaires who brought about Brexit, whatever they are, they almost certainly do not coincide with the interests of the ordinary man and woman in the street. Why would they? When has a billionaire's interests ever coincided with yours, for instance? Never, I would imagine. I mean, you're not living in the same sphere. So, you're barking up the wrong tree there, Mark. Like an imperfect puppy. But thanks for keeping on. Peter in Pontefract says, just in case you didn't realise Brexit has happened and Trump isn't the president anymore, stop living in the past. No, again with the up is down. It's Brexiters who are living in the past, I'm afraid, trying to reimagine some fantasy past. Of course Brexit's happened. I'm telling you what the consequences of that are, and you, Brexiters, are denying it. You are the ones that don't realise it's happened yet. And Trump isn't the president. Well, when did I ever say that he wasn't? What are you on about, Peter? My God. I tell you what, that bloke who called in earlier on, who said, I have earned my corn today, he's absolutely right. Good grief, they are in full effect tonight, aren't they? And I knew that something was up when I came into work, because I was tootling along, minding my own affairs, doing the prescribed speed limit, 20 in a 20 zone, 30 in a 30 zone, and the amount of people flashing their lights at me and leaning on their horns and undertaking me tonight, I thought, well, I was going to mention that right at the beginning of the show, but I forgot. I got caught up in something else. I thought, I'm going to warn people that the berserk drivers are out in force tonight. If you're in a hatchback, you will already be giving people heart attacks, the people who are in front of you. And I thought, is it a full moon? There is something definitely in the air tonight. And oh my God, have they been calling me in vast amounts this evening? Yes. Meanwhile, in Stockton-on-Tees, Brian.
What rubbish you were talking tonight, isn't it?
Absolutely correct in every respect.
Right. Oh, you mentioned the thing. Yes, the pound. How was the pound doing now, Nick? You mention it all the time when it's doing badly.
I think it's about, between 15 and 20% down on where it was before the referendum.
Up, right? It went up against the euro and it's went up against the dollar.
Yes, but since before the referendum, Brian, since before the referendum, how much has it gone down by?
It was overvalued before the referendum.
Oh my God! It was overvalued before the referendum. Are you out of your mind? It's. I mean. As a talk show host, it's not good to become speechless. But are you telling me, Brian, that the reason the pound has gone down is because it was overvalued before the referendum?
You were saying it's a disaster. The pound is now going up. Is that correct or not? It's correct.
Brian, is it lower than it was before the referendum?
It's go a lot higher yet.
It's
doing well.
Right. Is it lower than it was before the referendum?
Right.
Yes. Do we have the worst recession of any major economy on earth? Yes. Pick some good news out of that. Sadly, Brian, we're fresh out of time. Oh, I hate when that happens. I blame myself. I came past that thing in Clapham just coming here. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people marching. And as for the number of police, I'd say there were all of them. There seem to be approximately all of them. I've never seen so many police vans in my life. Priti Patel's tweeted, some of the footage circulating online from the vigil in Clapham is upsetting. I've asked the Metropolitan Police for a full report on what's happened. My thoughts remain with Sarah's family and friends at this terrible time. Sadiq Khan says the scenes from Clapham Common are unacceptable. The police have a responsibility to enforce COVID laws, but from the images I've seen, it's clear the response was at times neither appropriate nor proportionate. I'm in contact with the Commissioner and urgently seeking an explanation. And Kate was there this afternoon, maskless. And that went virtually uncommented upon. Can you imagine if Meghan had shown up there maskless? God, the headlines would only have been about that. How many will die after Meghan no-mask stunt? Would have been the front page of the rabid tabloids tomorrow. Woke Meghan risks lives, something like that. In other news, the country is experiencing a washout weekend as heavy downpours and strong winds have hit parts of the UK and snow returns. Snow?
Oh, no.
The latest battering of wet conditions comes as experts predict that this month could be the UK's wettest March on record, as in ever, ever, ever. We've had the hottest year, the most rain, the coldest month, the weather's as berserk as a Daily Mail headline. And it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
The UK is set for a chilly start this weekend as a day of rain and cold and gusty winds and some winter hail and showers are forecast, and pretty much, you name it, it's on the menu. Parts of northern England woke up to a blanket of snow today. Well, I remember it snowed on June the 1st once. June the actual 1st.
What?
Those living in parts of the Peak District woke up to a sprinkling of the white stuff. And also, there was snow outside. There was early rain and hill snow over parts of northern England and Scotland, and we had another blustery day with sun, showers, hail, pretty much everything. And this month is set to be the wettest March on record. And that's after last month, which was the wettest February on record. Cue a full switchboard of furious, puce-faced frothers yelling at me that there's no such thing as global warming because it's cold out. Don't you know anything? You stupid idiot. You know, those kind of people. Have we got any of those people still hanging over from yesterday?
Not yet.
Not yet, no. I don't know what was in the air yesterday, but there was something definitely in the air yesterday. Sunday's going to be dry and bright at first. Thick cloud cover will build from the west, followed by showers and pretty much a repeat of what we had today. And the beginning of the week is going to go like that too. Sun, rain, wind and cold. Arctic winds will blow over the country, and in Scotland it could go down to 23 Fahrenheit. And if you want to get that in centigrade, to get from Fahrenheit to centigrade, you double it and add 32. So double 23 is 64. and 64 plus 32 is 106. 106 centigrade in Scotland this week. Can you believe that?
No.
And would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast for the next 4 weeks?
Negative.
So, from midweek till the 26th of March, largely settled conditions to begin with. This will give dry weather for most, though some showers are possible, mainly in the north and the east. Wait. The north and the east? But that's Edinburgh. That's not Glasgow. I'll check while you wait. Okay, Glasgow. Tonight, yes, raining. Tomorrow, raining. Of course it is. And then, what? No way. Blimey. The sun has got its hat on. Hip, 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 hooray. Raining tomorrow in Glasgow, but then grip onto something firm. Not raining on Monday, not raining on Tuesday, not raining on Wednesday, or Thursday, or Friday, or Saturday, or Sunday, or next Monday or Tuesday. Blimey, I am stunned. Colour me amazed. But then it's going to rain on Wednesday the 24th and the 25th and the 26th, and probably every day for the rest of your lives. So you got 1 week. Enjoy it while it's here. So till the 26th of March, temperatures potentially colder than average in the south, milder across the north. That's the 26th of March. Unsettled weather, spells of rain, strong winds, a smattering of drier, brighter interludes. A smattering. And then the first week of April, more settled, a good deal of dry weather, rain likely across the northwest of the country. So yeah, rain over the northwest, see? Temperatures probably remaining around average during early April, but with an increased chance of some warmer spells. An increased chance of some warmer spells? We'll take it! Angela texts, for the second time I'm with Steve Baker. Why? The lockdown rules for protest must be changed. UK is becoming a bad place to live. Well, UK is becoming a weird place if you're agreeing with Steve Baker, Angela. I think you'll find that is correct.
Correct.
One of my weirdest memories, I know that this has nothing, well, it has got a little bit to do with what's going on, but I was driving down that road that goes by Clapham Common. This was a couple of summers ago, and there was a bloke in front of me on a bike. I couldn't pass him because there was traffic on the side of me, so I was just following him. And he was just slowly, this was the middle of the summer, about sort of 8 o'clock in the evening. But you're not going to like this. so you might want to sit down. And he was just cycling along, spitting quite extravagantly at women who were walking on the pavement. He would just cycle along a bit, and there'd be a woman on her own on the pavement, and he'd go, I can't do it. He'd go, and then he'd quite pleased with himself, and then he'd ride along a bit and, go past blokes, and nothing happened, and he'd come across another woman, and he'd do it again. And I'm following him in the car, and I thought, if I just lightly run him over, I suppose that would make me the bad person, wouldn't it? You're not allowed to do anything anymore. It's probably the European Union, I expect. It's, it's Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Thanks a lot, Jeremy Corbyn. See what you've done? No! But I know that hasn't really got much to do with anything, but a little bit. Just a bit. I just couldn't believe my eyes. He just looked so pleased with himself. There was room for me to drive by him, and I gave him one of my patented stares. That'll teach him. Jim texts, good evening. I wonder how many people's safety are now put at risk due to the gathering in London now that the police have to deal with that. Well, they could have just not dealt with it. Oh, I don't know. James texts, how sad to see British police manhandling defenceless women on Clapham Common tonight. Let us hope that we are not starting to copy the American model. Are you kidding? Absolutely everything that happens in America happens here about we used to happen 6 months later. Now with a thing called the internet. Have you seen the internet? Oh, the things you can see on there. You wouldn't believe it, James. Now that we've got the internet, it happens almost instantaneously. And I keep saying over and over and over again, when concerned about what this government is doing and the direction in which they're going, just think, what would Donald Trump do? And that's pretty much what they'll do, which will almost inevitably be the worst in every circumstance.
Don't be rude.
Let's have Gillingham. James.
Hello, Mr. Abbott.
James.
Good evening.
How do you do?
I'm all right. I've been watching the events from Clapham with us in a state of complete indignation.
Yes?
I'm a retired Metropolitan Police officer.
Yeah.
So I can speak with a little bit of authority on these matters.
Right.
You know, tonight, it was a night of high emotion. There's no doubt about that. It could have been policed with a light touch.
Well, it's top down, isn't it? Priti Patel insisted on it.
I have to say, I don't know what goes through the minds of senior officers at times.
It's Priti Patel. Back in November, Priti Patel said protests involving more than 2 people will be prohibited during lockdown. Are we not still in lockdown?
We are, but a young woman's been murdered. A Metropolitan Police officer has been charged for that murder.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say anything more.
I'm aware of all that.
Considering the sensitivity, whoever was at Gold and Silver Command could have said, look...
James, their boss insisted on it. Ministers are poised to remove any exemption for protesters and say the rules need to be clear and fair. Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, briefed chief constables at the weekend, this is back in November, and said they would be expected to enforce the rules. That is what Priti Patel said. She's their boss. It's top down, James.
Then the top-down people need to resign.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, the best of luck with that. There is nothing that a minister in this government can do in any way, shape or form that is a resigning offence. It just doesn't exist. I mean, we would have come across it by now, don't you think? Forget about it, James. They're beyond shame. There is no such thing as a resigning issue with the current administration. But I appreciate the call. Thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. I don't want to do this all night long. It's not this kind of show. Hartford. Hello, Steve.
Greetings, young Nicholas.
Steve.
Yes, as the wonderful Ms. McGiffin would call you, Nicholas.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, yes, fantastic show and all of your podcasts all the time.
All 3 of them. Thank you.
Yes. On a bright note...
Yes, brighter.
Brighter. In the past, I have... and obviously I don't expect you to remember anything at all because you don't do homework and you don't take it home with you.
No, I don't.
No. But I spoke to you about my wonderful service from the largest provider of landline and broadband, which is outsourced to various other companies.
Steve, where is this going? What are you talking about?
Oh, this is going the fact that I used to have... Well, in July I got broadband and they kept sending me credits and then very small bills.
Yeah.
And it's never come to anything like it should.
Are you still complaining about your landline to me?
No, I'm telling you, because you said you wanted some of the money that I got reimbursed.
Right, so you're sending me money?
I will, if you really need it.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
But the bright side is I got an email and a text from that very large company for £8 and apologies saying, we are sorry that you were without a service.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally screwed. I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Well, there's £8 that you didn't have before.
Well, that's
Think
right.
positively.
And that was for one day, but I wasn't without connection for one day.
Right, well, don't let on. Don't tell them. Maybe they'll send you another one. Yeah, okay.
I mean, this is only between you and me. And then I got my monthly bill for £14.
Okay, well, I can't tell you, I can't express in words how interesting that is. He's given us an update on his internet feed. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Steve. Please keep me abreast of any new developments. Frank texts, Priti Patel is in the process of creating a police state. You know, we're the most surveilled country in the world outside of China. London is the third most surveilled city on the face of the planet. I think the Beijing and what's the other one? I don't know. Name a big name a massive city in China. Exactly. This will be on the test, by the way. Yeah, it is in the process of creating a police state. Are you kidding? We're there already. And she's tweeting how upset she is at these scenes, and she wants a full report on her desk. It's because of you, Priti Patel. Back in November, the Home Secretary briefed chief constables and said that they would be expected to enforce the rules. The rules! However, some senior officers are understood to be concerned that the move is too draconian for a liberal society. I don't know which society they were talking about. Not this one. Keith texts, watching a programme tonight covering Top of the Pops from the 1980s. Top of the Pops.
Oh, no.
Ugh. He says, Dole money led to some very good musicians, neither available now. The 1980s were absolutely dreadful for music. I mean, there was the Smiths.
Rock and roll!
Other than that, not much. A lot of bands with big hair and big shoulders. Well, the Jackets had big shoulders. The bands, the bodies within them were weedy and thin. Other than that, I can't think of anything that happened in the 80s. What happened in the 80s? Nothing. The 70s was up to its eyeballs with greatness. We had classic rock, prog rock, punk, disco, hip-hop. All of that came about in the 1970s. And then anything of any note happened in the 80s?
No.
No, because it had all happened already. The New Romantics? Oh, get lost.
All right, then.
I mean that in the most positive and helpful way. Top of the Pops from the 1980s. Ugh. And all those New Romantics would be the sort of band that would be on, and you'd be enjoying it. As a school child in the 1980s, you'd be sitting in front of the Top of the Pops, you'd be absolutely in your element, and then one of your parents would walk in when somebody like Boy George was on, and they'd take one look, turn on their heels and march straight out again. And then you'd feel compelled to defend them, even though you didn't like them much. This text says, during the Brexit debate in the House of Commons, female MPs told tales of online abuse, threats of rape, death threats, etc., and Bojo responded by saying humbug, and he's our PM. Well, you know what? I've got detailed files of some of the things that Bojo has said on a wide variety of issues, amongst them women. And none of it paints him in a good light. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. It's like we've elected Bernard Manning as our Prime Minister. Same physique, same way of thinking. Yeah. Oh, so I might lay some of those on you later, if you're really, really bad. Peter texts that the caller promises a bright note. I, for one, am underwhelmed. I wish to register a complaint.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Oldbury, Ranjit.
How are you, mate? You okay?
Yes, good, thanks.
Thanks for taking my call. It's about time that we got rid of Priti Patel.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Because, no, the thing is, though, Nick, on a serious note, yeah, a lot's gone wrong in the world and everybody's trying to blame the pandemic, yeah? But things have been going wrong for the last 15 years with the police force, the number of people that have been cut.
Well, at least 11, anyway.
Well, at least 11 anyway, okay, because you can't, about 11 anyway, okay? Now, she is a chief officer in command, yeah?
Yes.
And she is trying to blame everybody else for it now.
Of course.
Other than herself. Yeah? And then she's making now plans, right, to bring in emergency procedures, yeah, that will stop you and I or anybody else protesting. You can't even, she's going to try and bring in like a military state where you can't even stand on your own and protest. What's that all about?
You can't stand on your own and protest. I hadn't heard about that.
No.
I can't even get together with myself.
No, you can't, because you might start thinking. She needs to look in the mirror, right, and think. Well, she might start screaming if she looks in the blooming mirror, right? But she needs to look up in the mirror and think, why am I blaming other people? But the other thing is, I've had to stand up because I'm getting really angry. Right? Okay.
Right. Maybe you should sit back down again, so you'll become less animated. Just relax.
I'm relaxing.
Just loosen your shoulders. Take a deep breath.
Okay.
No, that's panting. That's not take a deep breath.
Okay.
Hold it. No, you're just not paying attention to me at all. Take it without making a noise, please. It's like being inside your mouth. Take a deep breath. Again with a noise. Hold it. I didn't tell you to let it out.
You might hang up on me, right?
Yeah,
and
okay
not
then.
Let me let you go.
All right then.
Bye.
Bye.
What?
What?
No, what I'm trying to say to you is, right, why are we letting her railroad all this stuff in?
I tell you why. Because absolutely everything that the dear leader does is magic, because flags, fish,
majority.
Freedom, all of the above. Because he's the man who was going to get Brexit done. And so absolutely anything he does is magic for the ultras. It doesn't matter what he does. He has got the aura of Donald Trump all over him.
Oh, shut up!
I can smell it from here.
Yeah, Nick, does that mean now we are just a nation of sheep?
Of sheep?
Yeah. We just follow what the leader does and take it all in.
Is that what sheep? Is that what sheep do?
I don't know what sheep do. I mean, that's the first animal that comes into me.
Because every time I see sheep, they're just all over the place. There doesn't seem to be any order at all to sheep. They're just scattered hither and thither, with their face in the grass. I mean, imagine having your entire life when all you're looking at is grass all day long. I mean, they don't look up. I mean, the sheep are often in the most beautiful surroundings, but do they notice it? No, they don't, because they've got their face in the grass all the time. What a life, eh?
Okay, well then we're a nation of goldfish then, because we've got a short memory of 8 seconds and that's it.
Right, I'm not sure that's true. Actually, I think somebody with way too much time on their hands did a test. I don't know how you would test a goldfish's memory, but they did, and they came up with. Well, I've got no idea. I can't remember because I've got the memory of a goldfish. Yeah. Okay, it's been entertaining. Thanks a lot, Ranger. Thanks for that call about whatever it was about. So this is tomorrow's mail. This is the front page of the Mail tomorrow. Well, it's got, guess who's on the front page tomorrow? Any guesses? Any guesses at all? No, it's not the Archbishop of Canterbury. You got that one wrong. It's Meghan. Oh, my God. I cannot believe how much they are covering a story that they declare that no one is interested in. Hang on a minute, cough. Meghan, Harry. That's been the news over the last week. Cruella de Markle. Yeah, thanks a lot for stealing our precious Harry away from us. No! So the positive story is Kate joins the vigil for Sarah. Duchess mingles discreetly to pay respects. Maskless, by the way. They don't mention that. No mask.
What?
Like I said at the beginning of the show, if it had been Meghan showing up to a vigil with no mask, it would have been, why is this awful woman risking the lives of Londoners? But it wasn't Meghan, it was Kate. So it was lovely Kate. She's a proper princess. And, I haven't got the strength. Let me just say, I'm in Camp Meghan, and there's absolutely nothing that the papers can do to persuade me otherwise. I'm in Camp Hazza and Sparkles. I want a T-shirt made up to that effect. 0345 6060 973. In a totally innocent development, the government is giving private contractors profiting from the catastrophic test and trace program and other areas of the pandemic tailored advice on how to win honours. Serco, Capita, Deloitte and Amazon are among firms who have been written to by civil servants urging them to apply for gongs like knighthoods and MBEs. And I think the only honest response to that is, I can't believe it. You know what? That's wrong. I can believe it. Sarah Munby, the permanent secretary at the government's business department, a permanent secretary. That's rather a stunted career development route, really, isn't it? You get to be secretary and that's it. You're worth much more than that, Sarah Munby. She's the permanent secretary, like she's been installed in concrete. At the government's business department, she wrote to companies asking them to, quote, submit honours nominations on behalf of their organisations. Did you get a note to submit an honours nomination on behalf of your organisation?
No.
I'll assume that the answer is in the negative. She also invited the company's bosses to online classes on how to master an awards honours nomination. Oh, my God. You've got to be kidding me. The classes were billed as, quotes, a behind-the-scenes look at how the honours system operates and top tips on what to include in your nomination. Well, how about a £5? That's a top tip. Money is usually accepted everywhere. The apparently cosy relationship between the government and the companies was revealed after a civil service data leak. They didn't want this to get out. This is how it works. Rachel Reeves, Shadow Cabinet Office Minister, said the letter to the companies was unbelievable. No! Incorrect, Rachel Reeves, Shadow Cabinet Office... Cabinet... whatever. Not unbelievable. Totally believable. She said the Conservatives' priorities are a pay cut for our nurses and a gong for Serco. The mask is slipping. Are you kidding? What mask? They literally say the quiet part out loud. Once again, this administration is guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? He would prioritise benefits and favours for people that have been or will in the future be nice to him. Like a mafia don.
Absolutely.
Labour's Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth said, this beggars belief. No, it doesn't. He said on the day Test and Trace was slammed for costing the taxpayer billions while failing to control this horrific virus, it's staggering the government were offering to spray gongs around like confetti to firms involved. He said ministers should be focused on fixing Test and Trace, not offering up rewards for failure. You know, well, fixing Test and Trace, I think the time has gone for that, does it? I think the ships sailed there. Ships burst into flames and sunk. They're just crossing their fingers and hoping that the virus will magically go away. And then they won't have to fix the Test and Trace system. Because, you know, it's only cost £37 billion so far, and it still doesn't work. He said ministers should be focused on fixing Test and Trace and not offering up rewards for failure. I think rewards for failure should be the new 3-part slogan on those lecterns from which they announce their success in killing people. We have managed to kill a huge number of people. Sad face. But, twinkly smile, there's absolutely nothing I can do to make my popularity go down because of Brexit.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, absolutely nothing that man can do to make his popularity go down because Brexit. Amazing. A spokesman for the Department of Business said, as part of the New Year's honours process, we work with a wide range of business groups and other stakeholders to encourage an ever-increasingly wide and diverse spread of nominations. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's what you're doing. You're encouraging an ever-increasingly wide and diverse spread of nominations. Yeah, that's right. They said the Department for Business takes its information and data handling responsibilities very seriously. we have contacted the parties concerned to apologise for the error and taken steps to mitigate any further incidents. Which really is saying the quiet part out loud. We're sorry to those people we have promoted for some spurious honour, because now it's going to look like it was bought, and our first concern is to keep these shenanigans super secret in future. Not fix the problem, fix how we found out about the problem. Bodger Johnson's official spokesmodel said, nothing to see here, please move along. This is just business as usual. God. Is this any way to run a country?
No.
I want to give you a flavour of John Humphrey's column in the Mail today. At least it was online. I don't know if it was in the physical paper. And he was talking about the honours system. Excellent work, John Humphreys. So I'll come to that in just a minute. I agree with absolutely every word you wrote. Well, almost. Almost every word. Practically every word. Let's say every word. Adam texts, the chart music was largely terrible in the 1980s, but there was also a thriving independent music scene in the mid-80s. Do you not remember The Wedding Present? I'm trying to forget them, Adam. There's a band that sort of passed me by, not really very interested. Are they one of those sort of mopey bands, like staring at their shoes? Oh, your life's just really depressing. You know, one of those bands. No thanks. Not for me. Rob says, Boris Johnson, you know what, I read this just before I came, and this made me laugh out loud. This is good. And it hadn't occurred to me before that this is precisely right. Boris Johnson always looks like a chip shop worker when he has a white coat on. Most people with a white coat on look like a doctor. Ain't that right, Bodger?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Most people look like their IQ has increased when they put a white coat on. Bodger looks even more gormless than he did before he donned it. That's like a chip shop worker. Correct amundo. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Yeah, don't let me forget. I've got a list of of some of the things he said. You know, because everybody's talking about quite rightly the plight of women in society. That we even have to talk about it in 2021 is just ridiculous. She was a Green MP, wasn't she? I can't remember her name. Forgive me, but she was saying that men should have a curfew of 6 o'clock. Which, I read that and I thought that's ridiculous, but it's no more ridiculous than saying that women should try not to go out alone after dark. I mean, for crying out loud. What kind of a country is this? Anyway, I've got detailed files on Bodger and the things that he's managed to get away with. Just brushes them off. It's like he's made of Teflon. Teflon with about, I'd say, 15% Lycra, for stretchability. Here's Leatherhead. Hello, Tim.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. Ranjit, he's well informed, the fish and chip man from Birmingham.
Oh, yes.
He was talking to you about imposing bans on one-person protests.
Yeah.
He's actually right. I've looked it up. I'd actually read an article in the week about it. So I'm a bit of a nerd.
You're not allowed to get in a group of one person?
One person, yeah, but you're not allowed to make a noise. I've got the clause here in front of me.
Go on.
If the officer present believes that the noise generated by the person carrying on the protest may result in serious disruption to the activities of the organisation in the vicinity of where it is being carried out, he may request that the demonstration is removed.
Right, well, you know what? Yes and no, in that order. Because when I go by London's fashionable Trafalgar Square, I did it tonight. There's usually a guy there who brings his own PA system. And he just stands there playing music at rock concert volume. I don't mean it's like somebody who just brought their own radio there.
But he's not demonstrating, is he?
Well, I don't know. I've got no idea whether he's demonstrating or not, but he's making a racket, whatever he's doing. And I'm not talking about just somebody who brings their own radio. I mean, he could have his own disco there. In fact, during the summer, He was having a disco. It was either him or somebody else. They actually marked out a dance floor on the ground outside the National Gallery there, and they were having a function. And that happens all the time. And those people, yes, they should be hosed down with Boris Johnson's Waffen Squirter 9000. Except that Theresa May took them off him. Took them off you, Bodger. Oh. So you can't use them. Is that what you were going to say, Tim?
No, not really, no.
Oh.
I was going to say that I spent a lot of time outside Parliament on this Brexit demonstration with Steve Bray, you know, the guy who was shouting with his megaphone.
No.
And this clause could have been written specifically, in fact,
yes.
I'm sure it was written specifically to stop people like that standing outside Parliament and shouting what they believe in.
Right. Well, don't mistake this for a free country.
Allegedly. They've specifically written this to stop one man standing outside Parliament shouting.
Right. Well, I don't doubt it. I mean, you can shout, all right. I mean, it seems a bit weird that you could stop a person shouting, but if it's amplified shouting, then I mean, if somebody was standing outside your house or your place of business and they were shouting with amplification, you'd get annoyed, right?
It doesn't even say that, though. All it says is if the police officer, in his own opinion, believes it's too loud,
right.
What you think is too loud might be different to what I think is too loud. My mother's 93, she can't hear anything.
What?
It would be too loud and she wouldn't even know it was going on.
The way you speak about your mother, shame on you.
He's wonderful. I've just played cricket with her this evening.
Ah, yes. Who won?
He did.
Right.
Yeah, shocking. Best of 3, and she won.
Right. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Okay, thanks a lot, Tim. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. So there it is. In modern go-ahead Britain, you're not allowed to congregate in groups of one. Aren't we enjoying the freedom?
No.
You know, now we're out of the EU. All of this freedom we're enjoying. God, it's just so liberating, isn't it? I feel like I'm flying. Ruth texts, these people should not have been congregating in masses in a pandemic. End of. Well, when I drove by, they weren't distancing themselves from each other at all. It wasn't a parade. It was a march, and there were hundreds and hundreds of people. I'd say about 3-4 across, quite tightly packed. Which I found it's like if you see films or just anything on TV these days, you know how distanced we've been over the past year or so. I was talking to Carol about this.
Oh, right, yeah.
On the podcast that we do. It's just a bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit of a shock to the system when you see people on TV close to each other, particularly if they engage in shenanigans.
Disgusting.
You think, no, not on the lips. Oh, you'll have to wash them now. Yeah, but there was they were quite close together, and like I said, I can't recall any time that I've seen more police vans than there. They were everywhere. Marion in Bromley says it's a new moon tonight.
Oh no!
Not a full moon, a new moon. New moon. Says, thinking you had an inkling of this last night, you commented about what is up tonight. Last night I said that. I don't suppose you will read my text. That's right, Marion. I didn't. What are you going to do about it? Still your number one fan, says Marion, which is, alarming. Do you want me to play Misty for you? It's not a request, Joe. 0345 6060 973. Let's have St Albans. Hello, James.
Oh, hello.
Yes, James.
Top of the Pops.
Yeah.
1980.
Right.
Well, UB40. What about UB40? Hasn't it, good band? Come on.
Ersatz reggae.
Okay, so reggae 1980s, Bob Marley?
Well, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there was a couple of songs from UB40 that I like. Yeah, but
so you go back on that one then. You say that the 80s wasn't that bad.
No, I do say that it was bad. It was mostly awful. There was this giant. It was like up at the beginning because it was the sort of tail end of punk and new wave, and then it dipped dramatically and quite awfully badly, and then it came up at the end with are you dancing? Yeah, the dance revolution, tremendously exciting.
Acid house.
Well, not particularly acid house for me personally, but it was the thing that really broke through, wasn't it? And acid house, and there was, Ibiza and all of that.
But the rest before that, you're saying about the punk and like Down Factor and the rest of it. But UB40, you said about that a lot of people made their money from the dole, and I never knew. UB40. I'm in my 40s. I never knew until I was in my 20s what a UB40 was.
Yeah.
And I mean, so actually I had to be educated. And someone actually said to me a UB40 was actually a form.
Yeah, it was the form that you filled out, and you had to go and queue in some desolate building in the middle of blooming nowhere, and they made it as difficult and unpleasant and awful as they possibly could. And you had to go there twice a week. No, once every other week. And for a threepence halfpenny or for something of that ilk, yeah. But do I have to like them, James?
No, of course you don't.
Of course not. It's a free... Well, we've already established that that's not true. Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, mate. Jay in Pimlico says, where is Steve? We miss him. Steve who?
Alan, I see him.
Oh! Well, he's been off. He's been off. He's been ill. And he will explain all about it at 4 o'clock this morning.
Stop whining.
You'll think. I bet he gives you the gruesome details.
Disgusting.
He's probably got pictures to share. Ed says, do you remember when we used to blow on a cake and then eat it? Ah.
Dreadful.
Yes, I do. God, thinking about that now, that is just awful. Can you imagine the amount of germs, the spittle that would be all over that cake? Yeah, and not just once either. Because if you didn't get all the candles out in one go, then you'd be blowing and blowing and blowing. Ugh. You need to wipe down that surface. This says, I would like to understand what the reason for the police to be there was. Just antagonisation. They have just lost a lot of public support. Well, the police had to be there because it was, and the instruction was from top down. So this is John Humphrey's take on the honours system, which I was talking about some while ago. This was in Mail Online. They actually found a sliver of the internet that was not dedicated to Meghan. You believe that? Meghan, Harry. John Humphreys says the whole honours system is, to use Whitehall jargon, unfit for purpose. He says, not to mention often downright corrupt and shrouded in secrecy. Correct Amundo. He says this week the curtain was lifted a little, albeit by accident rather than design. The government has set up online classes for people to master the honours nomination system to help them get awards. I mean, it's just amazing what is happening in this country, isn't it? He says, we know about it because the letter from the government department was leaked. So was the list of big business bosses who received it. One was Serco. Serco! The private company that has made a fortune helping to run so many of our public services, including the test and trace system, which is costing us an eye-watering £37 billion.
What?
37 billion. To put that into perspective, the Americans put that rover thing, they put rover? They put rover on Mars. I think it cost them about, $4.5 billion, something like that? $4.5 billion to blast something off from the Earth, for it to leave Earth's gravity, fly through space, and land precisely on a spot on a distant planet, for crying out loud. And it cost a fraction of our test and trace system, which was just an app. And somebody calling people up. which cost £37 billion and doesn't work. He says the leak happened on the very day that Parliament's Public Accounts Committee delivered a damning indictment of Test and Trace. It had contributed nothing to tackling the pandemic, zero. Yet it's still managing to spend a fortune on 2,500 management consultants, some of which have been paid a whopping $6,000 a day. Wow. I'm just going to pause there, let that sink in. A day, £6,000 a day. He said not bad, considering only a fraction did anything to earn it, or so says the committee. They also mentioned the salaries pulled down by the two top bosses, £7.4 million last year, much of it in bonuses. You may ask, for what precisely? Serco was not alone in being invited to learn to apply for gongs. Two of the world's biggest accountancy firms were on the list as well, in spite of deeply troubling questions being raised about their own standards. So was Amazon, Google, Facebook and Apple, doubtless a reward for their skills in tax avoidance. These are companies whose sole concerns are share prices and bonuses, he says. Their behaviour is often cited as one of the principal causes of Britain's hopeless record on productivity. We do have a hopeless record on productivity. It's one of the worst in the G7. Of all the major economies on Earth, we have one of the worst records on productivity. I've said this before. It's not an original thought. And the reason is because corporations aren't interested in the future of those businesses, because the CEOs of those businesses aren't going to be there in the future. They parachute themselves in, award themselves a gigantic golden hello. He said, searching for it.
Hello?
Yes. And then they earn squillions in bonuses while they're there, and then they fly out with a giant golden goodbye.
Bye-bye.
They don't care about the future of their company. They're not going to be there in the future. And so they don't spend money on research and development. They spend money on bonuses for executives. That's the culture in this country. This is commonly known. Terrible productivity. It takes, and because of that, we don't invest in, in machinery and widgets and whatever else is required to help a person make a thing. People in France, for crying out loud, have a better productivity than we do. I don't know precisely what the figures are, but it's something like it takes us 5 days to make what a person in France can make in 3 or 4, something like that. The French never go to work. They're permanently on strike. That's not true, but even if it's not true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. He says Rishi Sunak has already honoured these corporations with a budget promise of huge tax breaks over the next couple of years to get them to invest. Yeah, this is the big EU bonus. We're having to spend money to persuade corporations to come here. God. So why are they being urged to get their bids in for all these tempting gongs, says John Humphreys? Is it too cynical to suggest that certain civil servants and politicians are looking to their own futures after they leave Whitehall?
No.
No, it is not. He says, but put bluntly, the honours system embodies much of what is wrong with modern Britain. Corruption, abiding snobbery, and obsession with status.
Correct.
Wow. Spot on. He says, just look at the titles themselves. The most modest is the BEM, the British Empire Medal. What empire is that then? Says John Humphreys. He says the more elevated is the commander of that same British Empire. Then you start getting into knighthoods. This silly distinction between awards is meaningless. All it does is bolster something dear to the heart of British snobbery, hierarchy and a pecking order. Boy, I bet he's getting under under certain individuals' skin on this one. You know, a certain type of ultra.
I'm a nutcase.
He says recognition is the one justification for an honours system. Why give honours to those who are already widely recognised and well rewarded? Lewis Hamilton has become Sir Lewis because he can drive a car very fast. He's made a vast fortune from doing it, which is why he was chosen to live in Monaco, where he pays rather less tax than he would in the country that honoured him. Another sportsman, long retired, is Ian Botham. He now has a seat in the House of Lords, and nobody seems quite sure why. A peerage is, after all, the cherry on top of the honours cake. Well, I've always said that the honour system is a method to keep power in control of those who are already in power. You know, much of it is so that the upper house is stuffed with the cronies of Her Majesty the Queen, so that they will do her bidding and make sure that nothing untoward goes through that might discombobulate her. Just as I said yesterday that Donald Trump stuffs the judiciary. That was he was frantically doing that, sort of undercover, because it was not really very newsworthy that he would be appointing judges in county courts, and thousands of them he did, as a gigantic get-out-of-jail-free card. Well, this is what the establishment do. They award each other titles and badges and funny handshakes in order that power and control remains in the hands of those that are making these rules. Obvious. And every now and again they'll give one to people like Lewis Hamilton and Ian Botham as a distraction for the press, because the press aren't interested in some functionary, some civil servant, some low-level MP who's just kept his head down and not made any waves, done people favours by voting for the government even though he doesn't believe in it. They're not interested in that, because the public isn't interested in that, but we are interested in famous people because they're famous, so we're interested in them. So they, as a distraction, they hand a few to some famous people. So we'll concentrate on that and not the real business, which is maintaining power and control and, by extension, money in the hands of those who already have it. Anyway, back at John Humphrey's column, he says, it gives the new lord or lady a role for life in helping determine the laws that govern all our lives without the great inconvenience of having to persuade us to vote for them. Yeah. I am so sick of people calling me up and saying, oh, thank God we're out of the EU. Now we're not being run by unelected bureaucrats. Because that's the reason why we wanted to leave the EU, because of the unelected people that were running it. Oh, my God. Have you met Britain? We've got an unelected upper house, and which oversees the government, and that itself is overseen by an unelected head of state. He says there's not always a sordid financial calculation involved, although it does no harm if you can afford to bung the odd million into party coffers. That's right. But prime ministers have different motives for creating so many new peers. One is that it helps keep truculent MPs in line. And he imagines a meeting between a chief whip and an MP. And the chief whip says, are you quite sure you can't bring yourself to support the PM? Says the smiling chief whip to the rebellious old lag who knows his chances of getting into government have long passed and always thought his leader was a bit of a twerp anyway. Bit of a twerp, Bodger.
I can't comment on that.
The chief whip says, pity really, you'd have looked good in ermine. Plenty of companies out there who like having the odd lord on their board too. How many times have I said that on this show? Over and over and over again. If you've got lord in front of your name, then you can lend your title to companies that will stick you on their headed notepaper and glean some prestige from having the title. The House of Lords is absurdly bloated, said John Humphreys. More than 800 members, the second largest legislature in the world, beaten only by the Chinese National People's Congress. And that's to control 1 billion odd people. He says the question is, what kind of upper house do we want? We know what we don't want. If we kick an MP out of his job at the general election, we don't approve when the Prime Minister promptly gives him a peerage so he can carry on being a minister. That's what Bodger did with Zach Goldsmith. He says it's showing two fingers to the electorate. Well, Bodger has already established that showing two fingers to the electorate will only make him more popular. There's absolutely nothing that man can do to decrease his popularity, because everyone's picked sides now. He says the real honours story is not who gets them, but who hands them out. It's become primarily a device for politicians to court popularity, raise money, and get their way. At its worst, it's rotten to the core and has been for years. Lloyd George had a price list. 400 grand in today's money for a knighthood, 4 times as much for a peerage. Parliament eventually passed an act to stop it, but it didn't work. It just became a bit more subtle. He says there's scarcely been a Prime Minister in recent history who hasn't been embroiled in an honours scandal. So here's a suggestion. Let's pass a law that says making a party donation above a modest amount automatically disqualifies you from accepting a peerage from that party. Yeah, well, good idea, John, but I'm afraid it won't work, because they will just become subtler. They'll find a way around it, don't you worry about that. He says better, surely, that the present system should be abandoned and restructured to recognise those who genuinely deserve recognition, can get it no other way, and wouldn't dream of greasing political palms even if they could afford it. Completely correct in every respect. Excellent work, John Humphreys, out of Classic FM. And that was a column on Mail Online today. It's pretty much the only thing on Mail Online that wasn't about Meghan Harry. This text says, it was completely peaceful. Why forcefully drag a handful of women out from the centre of a few hundred people? What is the benefit of that? Well, it's top down. Again, this is from November. Protests involving more than 2 people, 2, will be prohibited during the lockdown. Ministers are poised to remove any exemption for protesters and say that the rules need to be clear and fair. Priti Patel of the Home Secretary briefed Chief Constables and said that they would be expected to enforce the rules. The rules! Alexander in Crystal Palace says, you do realise that being 80s phobic is considered a microaggression. I'm worried because you could get into bother with the law for that. Oh my God, is there a law about that too? I wouldn't be remotely surprised. I'm not phobic about the 1980s. It was just this giant period in the middle that was, what's the word I'm looking for? Rubbish. Yes, that's it. Rubbish. The bit after New Wave and before the dancing was rubbish. That is a verifiable fact. Somebody said that I think the tweet has been deleted, sadly. Nothing I can do with that. It was like that when I got here. But it was something of the order of, you know when you bang on about the 1970s being huge and tremendous and terrific and great? You never mention glam rock. That's right. That was the other great thing that we had in the 1970s. It started with classic rock. I know that's not really a genre, but you know what I mean. And then went to prog rock, and then went into glam rock, which would be Mark Bolan and then David Bowie, and then it took over this this Chinny Chap stuff. Chinny Chapman. Chinny, I can't remember what their actual names were, but it was Chinny Chap. People who wrote all that good stuff. Sweet and the Rubettes and Mud and I'm going to say something controversial. Oh, no. The Glitter Band. That's right. Rock and Roll Part 2 was one of the great pop songs of all time, and I don't care who knows it.
Rock and roll!
But yes, I loved all that stuff. And then it got a bit, rock got a bit bloated. And then punk came along and blew all that out the air, and we had hip-hop and the disco dancing. So, yeah, the 1970s had absolutely everything. Since then, not much. Eastbourne. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Okay. The protests, the government's restrictions on protesting and the restrictions on one person protesting, it must be attracting huge interest from the Chinese Communist Party with what the British government is doing.
Yeah.
Because the British government is complaining about China's attitude towards Hong Kong and democracy in Hong Kong. And China must be thinking, well, look what Britain's doing with protesting.
Yeah,
They're clamping down on it.
Yeah, I imagine that we are where they're getting their ideas from. Or vice versa. Either way, it's bad.
Anyway, Nick, you're not an 80s fan then, really, in terms of music.
Well, if you start throwing names at me, and I'll think, yeah, okay, that one, and yeah, okay, this one, and yes, okay, that one. But overall, I'm a 70s person, me.
70s, yeah. The 60s
I had to choose. The
60s were good.
Okay, they were all right.
Yeah.
The 60s were like a run-up, and it really sort of came together in the 1970s for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 1970s, yes, I remember the 70s.
Yeah.
And the gong system, you have to agree, it is rather outdated now, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. We're just desperate to cling on to the past in this country. What we can cling on to from the past, we do, as though our life depends on it, while also putting the entire country in reverse and trying to re-establish some imagined glory age.
I mean, the OBE's Order of British Empire. Yeah. We have no empire anymore.
Well, exactly.
It's gone.
Yes, it's precisely what John Humphreys was saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Keep your eyes peeled. Thanks a lot. Oh, there's more.
Okay.
That's
Take
it?
care.
Okay, excellent. There was going to be more, but I cut him off midway. It's a dream come true. This text says, I agree, but just saying top down doesn't make it right or absolve them. I'm not saying that it makes it right. He says the officers there had no empathy and whoever's in charge should be ashamed. Priti Patel is in charge. Helen texts, we're worse than Russia, actually, as they let one person protest, although the authorities do get someone to stand next to you and then arrest you. Yeah, coming to a location near you soon.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I've said this over and over again. When a government, I imagine one with an authoritarian bent, particularly, when they take your freedom away under the guise of an emergency, they are loath to return it. Ain't that right, Bodger? Yes. Don't expect your freedoms to come flooding back. Jimmy in Fulham says, John Humphreys has got this right. If we award knighthoods to sportsmen in their 20s or on a businessman merely for donating money to political parties, we demean the prestige of the honour. Let's radically overhaul the honour system and the laws before, as he says, they become meaningless. It is meaningless. Or rather, the meaning that they have is nothing but bad. It's like this. It's this system of awarding badges and honours, and it's just so ridiculous. It's from another age. Can we not grow up and leap into the present? I'm not even asking for leaping into the future. Let's just leap into the present would be a good idea. Or the recent past, instead of living it's like this entire country has arrived here in a bonnet, in a carriage on a gravel driveway. It's like we're living in a Netflix film. Matt in Bournemouth says, I couldn't get my head around how much £37 billion did. I had to call the consultants in. Well, I can tell you how much £37 billion is. I have detailed files. And I'll go through that in just a minute. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Let's see if I can get in one more before the new news. Wanstead, Sophie.
Nick, how are you?
Great, mate.
This is an emotional moment for me. I haven't spoken to you for a few weeks.
You're emotional? Go ahead.
No, but I did ring about the 80s. But I do want to say I'm glad Steve Allen's back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I shall be up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You will?
Also,
when do you sleep?
No, I wake up quite early. I'm a lark.
Right. Okay,
But,
you're a bit of a lark, are you?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay,
Yes.
I didn't mean it that way.
Right. No, you meant you're an actual lark. Right. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, exactly. But the one thing, I really had sympathy for you before I speak about the 80s.
You've only got
when
2
you were
minutes,
having-
remember?
Oh, okay.
Look at the clock.
I've heard that before when you were talking about the broadband, because what I didn't know was when your phone is damaged and you order a new phone, so I've been having problems with my phone, they don't actually send you a new phone, they send you a quote-unquote refurbished phone.
What are you talking about now?
So when you had the problems with your broadband, I was sympathising a few weeks ago because I had problems with my phone provider.
Right.
But
well, why would they send you a new phone?
Well, because I pay insurance.
Oh.
And I paid by it. So
you broke. Hang on a minute. You broke your phone, and they sent you a new phone that was actually an old phone.
Yes, and this is what I didn't realise. It's in the small print, apparently.
Well, you know what? My current phone, I'm fondling it at the moment. My phone here, I bought from because phones are just so stupidly expensive, and they only last a couple of years. I mean, it's ridiculous. How is something so expensive? I mean, my car is about the same price. My second-hand car is about the same price as this phone. That's how ridiculous things have got. And it only lasts a couple of years, unlike my car, which has lasted so far about 22 years. Still works, by the way. Still starts first time. It is a miracle. But
it's a rip-off.
It's absolutely a rip-off. But the phone that I got on a sort of semi-dodgy site. I got it from Hong Kong, and it was supposed to be new, but not quite new. And anyway, they sent it to me, and somebody else's details were in it. I got his password, his phone, the phone number of when he used to have this phone is in this phone. And I thought, well, I'll try to factory reset, and then that'll get rid of everything. They should have done that, I thought, before they sent it to me. So I did a factory reset, and it didn't get rid of anything. It's all still in there. So you people that think that you can clean your phone by doing a factory reset, I've got bad news for you. I've also got bad news for you, Sophie, because I'm fresh out of time. Better luck next time. Kath texts, did Ian Botham get a gong because Mrs. M was a big fan of cricket? I've no idea. It's the mystery. She says, what do you make of the new Charlie Hebdo cartoon of the Queen and Meghan? I thought it was drawn quite badly. It looked like it had been drawn in about 5 seconds flat. Also maybe a little bit over the top, but perhaps that's how Meghan felt. Not necessarily the Queen herself. I'm not even going to get into it. Look it up if you want. Tom in Kendal says, I've been thinking about our government. Really? I've been thinking about our government. He says they've spent the last 12 months protecting themselves, even when it's not in the country's interests, e.g. Dominic C. Exactly. Boo! He said, if this happened in China, we'd call it corruption. They've lied to us continuously about how successful their actions against COVID has been. If this was China, we'd call it propaganda. It's very scary. Yeah. Be afraid. Be very afraid. This says, hi Nick, the 80s was a hiatus in music culture. Yeah. Well, the middle of it was. I can't really remember much about what happened in the middle of the 1980s, music-wise. Everything was all a bit in stasis, it was. I mean, you know, all that... top of the pop stuff, Duran and blech, all that. I mean, some nice pop songs, but nothing you'd actually want to buy, you know, as a grown-up. And then, do you really want to hurt me? Well, a little bit. All of that, and then the Millionaire Hippies went to Ibiza, didn't they? Danny Rampling and all that lot, and they saw Alfredo play, and then they came back, and everything changed. And and millions of kids had their weekends sorted. K texts, I prefer Andrew Yang's Democracy Dollars idea, giving everyone of voting age a monetary voucher to donate to one party only. Those donations being the only way political parties can receive funds. That's a new one on me. I mean, I know Andrew Yang, he was the brain box who was going to be, who was vying to be the Democrats' presidential candidate. But they went with the oldest living human instead, because it was less frightening to middle America. His thing was about what's the phrase? a minimum amount of money that everybody receives per month, regardless of their circumstance. Basic living. No, that's something else. What is it I'm thinking about? Is
it universal basic income?
The universal basic income. Yes. Why didn't you think of that?
Should have done.
Should have done. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Yes, but that's an interesting idea. I suppose it'd be much better idea. Anything would be better than the system we have at the moment. It's particularly perverse in America, where you can basically give an unlimited amount of money to a political party, billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars flood into the Republican Party and the Democrat Party as well. I mean, it costs something of the order of $1 billion to put adverts up television in order to become the president of the United States of America.
A president? Can you believe it?
No, Donnie, we're still stunned that we went through that. It seems like a nightmare. It seems like a dream.
The American dream is dead.
Yeah, you shot it. And in this country as well. I mean, the Conservative Party, I think they get most of their money from just a small handful of fabulously rich people that give vast sums, one way or another. And I'm sure that each and every one of them want nothing in return. Because that's what rich people are like. They just enjoy giving money away to be nice. And people will say, well, of course, the Labour Party is in hoc to the unions. And the big difference there is that the unions represent millions of people. The unions are there to represent the interests of millions of people. Whereas billionaires are giving money to the Conservative Party to represent the interests of that one billionaire. That's the difference. Which seems ripe for all sorts of shady shenanigans to me. But what do I know? It just seems like a perverse system and ripe for abuse. Simon in Dorset says, "Evening, Nick. ABC, Bananarama, Duran, classic 80s. Come on, man, don't dismiss Britain at its best." I'll assume you're trolling me, Simon. Back under your bridge, troll. Here's a call in Ashford, Milan.
Hey, Nick.
How are you? Good, thanks.
I was going to talk about the 80s and the competency of our government, but you mentioned gongs, and my mum's got a Royal Award.
Really?
From Her Majesty.
What's the nature of the award?
Is a British Empire Medal for services to the community from her post office, and what she's been running for 30 years now. So we went to a Royal Garden party, which was an interesting experience. But, what was really interesting is the Queen and Prince Philip came out, and they walked past everyone into their roped-off area.
You're kidding me.
No.
So they threw a party and then went to the VIP area and then peered at people from there. Oh my God!
It's almost as if it's like if I invited you to my house.
Yeah.
And then you're only allowed to be in the living room,
right.
And then I went into the conservatory. It's like. Maybe my expectations were too high, where I'll be mingling with Her Majesty and Prince Philip, but actually they just walked past everyone, and then no one was allowed to mingle with them.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Well, yeah, it is.
What was the food like?
Well, it wasn't that great. I mean, the vegetarian selection was it was terrible actually.
Really?
It was awful. Yeah, it was soggy cucumber sandwiches, and it was like, my word, what is this? So wasn't catering could have been better, but right. It was great to be there. I mean, it's just massive behind Buckingham Palace.
Well, yeah, I've been there, but only because I'm one of these dopes who paid something of the order of 30 or 40 quid for a ticket to go and have a shufti around stuff that I personally have already bought with my taxes.
Ah, right. Well,
tourists, they open the house, or little bits of it, that they don't mind smelly oiks like me wandering about for a couple of months when the Queen's not there during the summertime. And so I did that, yeah, and you can peer out the garden, but you can not wander around it very much. Goodness me, no, why would anybody allow that? I might, damage a blade of grass or discombobulate a duck.
So I was going to mention the 80s, and this is where we might disagree. So I thought I'd warn you.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, the 80s were amazing for me because it was the birth of heavy metal, death metal, thrash metal, like Megadeth, Carcass, Metallica, Slayer, and Anthrax.
Carcass.
Oh, fantastic British band. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. But that's where it really catapulted them to because instead of playing clubs, they started playing arenas because that's how amazing heavy metal was, and it continued until MTV tried to ruin it in favour of grunge. Pearl Jam and Nirvana.
Yeah, I thought MTV was more about big hair bands like all those LA bands.
Yeah, in the 80s, in the LA scene, but then when you get to the 90s, it was like, oh, let's put all our money on grunge. And
Nirvana came out with that amazing video of them in a school gymnasium, didn't they? What was it? Smells Like Teen Spirit. And at that moment, everything changed.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone's like, oh, let's be a bit moody and grow our hair. And whereas with metal, it was awesome. The music, the drums, the guitar.
Well, it was how did they describe it? The new wave of British heavy metal, something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, that was Iron Maiden and all that lot.
Yeah, it was all the influence from Judas Priest and Motorhead and
Breaking the Law. Yeah.
Breaking the Law, yeah, and it still continues. Like heavy metal is fantastic. I don't think you're a heavy metal fan, though, are you?
Not really what you call heavy metal. I mean, Led Zeppelin wouldn't be described as heavy metal, would it? I think the most I would go down that road is the Metallica Black Album, which you probably would think is wishy-washy and too feminine for you.
Yeah, it's a fantastic album, and. But I normally go for heavier stuff. I mean, it soothes me when I'm doing work. Yeah. It helps me concentrate. So I mean,
please tell me you're not a brain surgeon or an air traffic controller.
No. When I'm drafting contracts or thinking about legal advice, and then I think, oh right, metal.
Legal beagle. Yeah. In closing, Milan, keep that racket down.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, go on then, quickly.
Is there anyone in the cabinet that is competent? Because I'm struggling to think of one person.
I think it's probably the worst government that probably existed in my lifetime, certainly, that I have been consciously aware of. I can't imagine a collection of that would achieve a level of ineptness that this bunch have demonstrated to no personal consequence whatsoever. It doesn't matter what they do, their ratings do nothing but go up. It's incredible.
It's sort of, perhaps it's because, is it the fault of the media who are just so petrified of holding them to account? I don't know. Maybe it is, because to be in the government, you've got the two criteria. Either you've got to be a leaver, or you're willing to humiliate yourself for Boris Johnson. No, it's not. If you don't have talent, that's fine. As long as you meet one of those two criteria, you're in.
Yeah, that's about right. No ability required beyond sucking up to the dear leader. Yeah, I think that's right. And because the dear leader has proven that he can get away with absolutely anything. We have fashioned in this country the worst response to the COVID pandemic of any nation on earth. That is a verifiable fact. And his reputation and his popularity has gone up. It's amazing. Oliver texts, Nick, $6,000 a day, did you say? Cristiano Ronaldo must be regretting his choice of career. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you've wasted your time, Cristiano Ronaldo. Why do commentators always insist on saying his entire name, by the way, when they're commentating on a game? It's never Ronaldo. It's always Cristiano Ronaldo, as though there's going to be another Ronaldo on the pitch. There isn't. He's retired. You know, him with the teeth. Him with the... With the teeth and the goofy smile. Simon texts, the award system will never change. How can it when those that award eventually receive? How'd you break the cycle, he says. That is a very good point. We're going to have somebody who is a revolutionary to come along. Let's say that they might be the leader of the Labour Party, perhaps. Somebody who would actually do something to change the way that things run in this country. Somebody who would bring in, proportional representation, perhaps. What a concept. To actually represent the majority of the people in this country, rather than a loudly shouting minority all the time. And they could effect a change. Let's step forward instead of always clinging on to this ludicrous past that we cloak ourselves in. Not the current leader of the Labour Party, though, I doubt. Brian in Gloucester says, on the one hand, the laws have not been applied consistently. On the other, the police have been put in an impossible situation. Yes, that's right. Well, if the Home Secretary is one of those typical tough guy Home Secretaries, which this one is, then what are you going to do? If they're telling you, if she is telling them to do one thing, then they've got to do it. She's the boss, right? She knows best. Gary in Rotherham says, the Smiths in the 80s were well before their time. What with the pandemic and Brexit, heaven knows I'm miserable now, says Gary in Rotherham. Yeah, I was happy in the haze of a drunken hour, but heaven knows I'm miserable now.
Booze.
I was looking for a job and then I found a job, and heaven knows I'm miserable now. That's a funny line. Looking for a job, then I found a job.
Oh, no.
Hey, cheer up, Morosi. It might never happen. Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Let's have Bristol. Hello, Andy.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Excellent. I wanted to lighten the mood by talking about, is it Koyaanisqatsi? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, more or less. Almost.
Close enough. But I want to start by completely agreeing with your views on the House of Lords. It's completely ridiculous. Maybe if they were elected and then given a 10-year peerage, that might be something to talk about. But a lifetime peerage by one person deciding that they need it because they donate, I don't know, nonsense.
Yeah, it is. It's a way to maintain power and wealth within this circle of the people that already have power and wealth.
Indeed, it's sort of trickle-down power and wealth.
Yeah, the establishment licks itself.
Indeed, they do. But Koyaanisqatsi. So I was watching an episode of The Simpsons today, and it made me think of you. So Bart was hunting for truffles, and accidentally found some strange mushrooms, and Otto, the stoner bus driver, took them off him and said, Koyaanisqatsi, you'll get a watch tonight.
Really?
Indeed, yeah.
Huh.
And it's the only time I've ever heard a reference to that movie other than yourself.
Right.
And I've tried watching that movie 3 times, and I've got about half hour in.
Are you kidding me? It's the best film ever made.
So I'm visually impaired.
There you go. I mean,
I do have some vision, and if I sit really close to the telly,
right.
I can see probably as well as you can if you sit.
Yeah. There's no dialogue. There's no story. Nothing like. This is not a film for you.
It's pretty pictures and lovely music. Is
exactly.
Philip Glass does the music? I might be wrong.
It's
on
Philip
that,
Glass. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. But, very, very pretty, very lovely music.
Yeah.
But how long did it go on for? Is it a couple of hours?
No, it's about 80. To me, it never lasts long enough. Ever. It's like, were we at the end already? Every time I watch it, it's about 80 minutes, something like that.
I will ensure that I do complete it. There was one other thing I wanted to mention. You were talking the other day about the TV series Utopia.
Yeah.
But there's something about the TV series Utopia that I wanted to mention, but I don't really want to mention it on air because it might.
Yeah. No spoilers.
Warning. Simply because it might give fuel to anti-vaxxer nut jobs. I had my vaccine 2 days ago. I'm not even that old. I'm 45.
How's it feel?
It was great. I was a little bit poorly the night that I had it, but nothing you want to worry about.
Right.
You know, I feel great that I've had it, and I would totally recommend everyone goes get it. Can I tell the fact to your research off air, and then you can decide whether you want to mention it.
Okay, facts. Well, we don't really deal in facts on this show, but yes, okay then. He's on line, whatever it is, on line 2, I believe. Okay, he's relaying facts, which may or may not appear on this show shortly. Yeah, that film that he's talking about, by the way, is my favourite film. It's called Koyaanisqatsi, Koyaanisqatsi. Better got that right. I hope that you had a pen and pencil at home. Pen or pencil, or both, or neither. Just commit it to memory. Gary in Rotherham, no, I've read that. Steve in London says, if you have not seen the film Feedback, I think you might like it. Feedback. Is that the one with the drummer? If it is, I didn't like it. It seemed to be celebrating bullying to me. If Feedback's the one about the drummer, I did not like it. In fact, I felt like I wanted to erase it from my brain. Because, if I tell you about it, then that's a spoiler as well. So I won't say anything more, other than, no, it displeased me greatly. Lorraine in Birmingham says, Nick, who or what was there before royalty? Who or what was there before royalty? For people? Royalty didn't invent the human race, you know. There was people, Lorraine. Okay, all the way back then, they were a bit whiffy, you know, a bit smelly.
Disgusting.
But they were still people. This says, the scenes in Sarah Everard's vigil in Clapham are shocking and horrifying. The vigil this evening was a peaceful one, brought together in the most horrific circumstances. The mayor must immediately explain how these events were allowed to unfold. It's from the top. Those are the instructions. From the Home Secretary, who wants a full report on her desk, first thing in the morning. They just give her a mirror. Anthony in Norbury says, don't forget the best album of the 1980s, if not ever, is Prince Purple Rain. No, that's not true. He says, the man is one of the greatest writers, producers, musicians of all time, and that album is a fusion of multiple genres, from funk to metal. It has all, and is spectacular from start to finish. Yes, it's very good. The thing with Prince was that he just produced too much. It was the law of diminishing returns. Somebody needed to edit his stuff. Not everything he did was great. Lazarus texts, Nick, Gove is probably the most competent in this Tory government, and that's scary. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a little bit alarming. And this thing that got leaked, thank goodness that it did get leaked, by the way. It's not going to make the blindest bit of difference, but the government is actually sending out instructions on how their favourite people can apply to get honours. I mean, talk about taking care of your own. This is outrageous, but entirely predictable. So, and the people that they send it to are the ones who are, in part, responsible for our test and trace system, about which ITV did a big long splurge. They have detailed files. Despite being hailed as world-beating, the UK's test and trace system has been heavily criticised for almost the whole time it's been in use. Now the Commons Public Accounts Committee, a cross-party group, said that there's no clear evidence that the £22 billion scheme run by Baroness Dido Harding contributed at all to a reduction in coronavirus infections.
Oh, fabulous.
But it's worse than that, because it did not cost £22 billion. It's predicted to be costing us £37 billion. Chicken feed, eh, Bodger?
I can't comment on that.
So what's gone wrong for test and trace? Says ITV. The app didn't work. Small detail, didn't work. When devising a plan to get the UK out of its first coronavirus lockdown, the Health Services Tech Wing, NHSX, opted to develop its contact tracing app without the help of Apple and Google, both of which had offered to collaborate on the app. We know best, said Bodger. British exceptionalism and all that. We don't need the help of so-called experts. We shall fashion an app out of good old-fashioned gumption and a Fray Bentos pie. We shall beat this virus, or at least make a ton of money for our precious Conservative donors who will reward us after this life by employing us in non-jobs for six-figure sums a year, for that is the British way. Unfortunately, the app made our lot look like dopes because it did not work on a large proportion of phones. And so after many weeks of trying, spending millions that we haven't got, the government eventually decided to join forces with the tech giants and called it a magnificent victory for common sense. Yeah, no, it wasn't. A pathetic capitulation. Before the collaboration, the app was reaching just 4% of iPhone users. Eventually, the app was released to the public in September, several months after ministers hoped that it would be. It also cost the taxpayer £40 million. £40 million. A pittance, a bodger. Contact tracers weren't tracing enough contacts, was another problem. According to the government's Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, SAGE, 80% of contacts with coronavirus cases needed to be contacted and told to self-isolate in order to be effective. For many months, it was failing to contact anywhere near enough people. And as speed is sort of the essence in a fight against a pandemic, that cost lives. Lots of lives. We can only guess how many lives that cost. Several reports show that around 60% of contacts had been traced and told to isolate, meaning thousands of potential cases could have been passing on COVID-19. Thousands. And even if they did get contacted, the compliance with isolation was low. Even if the NHS contact tracers reached 100% of coronavirus contacts, 80% of them would have been required to self-isolate in order for the scheme to be effective. You know how many people were? 15. 80% required, 15% in actuality. And at that point, in September last, when when it became known that 15% of people were self-isolating, who were even the ones that were contacted, the government introduced £500 in support for people on low incomes whose finances would have been impacted if they stayed at home. No wonder people were ignoring it. You've got to make a living. But between 40 and 20% of people contacted by the programme, they were still not fully self-isolating. The leader of the scheme, Baroness Harding, revealed in February. It's almost as though the government should have, I don't know, done something. But Bodger was busy sorting out his love life and boggling at the cost of wallpaper. The target to turn around results for face-to-face tests has never been met. Ever, ever, ever. Now, just keep in mind that South Korea managed to get all of this working in about 10 seconds flat for threepence halfpenny in February a year ago. And I think their death numbers are something of the order of 6. Something like that. Not 6 million, not 600, 6. So it can be done, it's just that we couldn't do it. I wonder why that might be.
Here we go. Okay.
No, not okay. So the target to turn around results for face-to-face tests never been met. The point of this target is to ensure that someone with coronavirus is told about it as soon as possible so that they can isolate themselves and avoid passing it on. They couldn't do anything right. £37 billion. You know, some consultants on this were paid £6,000 a day. £6,000 a day. You know what else costs £6,000 a day? Boris Johnson. Before he became the dear leader, Boris Johnson was, by his own reckoning, dashing off a column for the Daily Telegraph. You know, the one in which he wrote about pickaninnies with the watermelon smiles and that totally non-racist way of his. And he said that the amount he got for that, £250,000 a year, was chicken feed. Well, work that out by days, and it's about £6,000 a day. Nice work if you can get it, but you can't, so don't ask. Of course, you could always be a consultant on a test and trace system that doesn't work and earn the same amount. No experience necessary. Payment not related to results. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Test and trace is a bit it employs. Grip onto something firm. 2,500 consultants at an estimated daily rate of about £1,100 each. That's £2,750,000 a day for something that doesn't work. Unless the plan was to funnel vast amounts of our money into the hands of the donor class, in which case it's all working perfectly well. The highest paid consultants are earning £6,624 a day. What? A day. How is anybody worth that? The government has spent at least £375 million on private consultancy services for test and trace. Chancellor Rishi Sunak, in his budget, outlined a further £15 billion for the service, taking the total to £37 billion over 2 years. Like I said before, the Americans put a rover on another planet. Not even the moon. Another planet for about $5 billion, something like that. $37 billion for a test and trace system that doesn't work. Baroness Harding has previously defended the use of high-paid consultants as appropriate, but many believe that it's not value for money. How can it be? You know, in other industries, people hire consultants as a deflector shield from criticism. If something goes right, you, the boss, are congratulated for hiring such good consultants. And the expense is justified. If things go wrong, you, the boss, can relax, because you can simply blame the consultants. It's win-win-lose. The boss wins, the consultants win, and we, poor dopes who pay taxes, lose. What else went wrong? Where do you even start? How about this? Data from millions of venue check-ins was not used when tracing contacts. After a relaxation of the first lockdown, anyone wanting to enter a venue was told to either check in by leaving their info with staff or using their NHS app. Well, they persisted in calling it the NHS app. Wasn't. This was so authorities could supposedly locate them if there was a COVID outbreak, but a report seen by Sky showed data from hundreds of millions of check-ins was barely used by test and trace. It meant thousands of people weren't warned that they might be at risk of infection, potentially leading to the spread of the virus. Oh my God. All of those officious people on the doors of pubs who demanded your details before you could go in for a pint, and they didn't even use that information. I could scream. It took almost a month to locate a missing positive case, even when they did manage to get their act together. One positive case, it took a month to find them. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, on March the 5th, proudly announced that a carrier of the Brazilian variant of concern had been located after going missing due to an incomplete passenger locator form. Matt Hancock praised the dogged determination of health authorities who found the missing case, but the person who didn't complete a test registration form was tested for the coronavirus on February the 12th or 13th, meaning it took a month for the positive case to be located. Matt Hancock is still the Health Secretary. Dido Harding is still a baroness, whatever that means. And about £37 billion of your money has vanished, like they used it as kindling to start the bonfire of red tape they promised us after Brexit, which didn't happen either. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful. Membership of Matt Hancock's Pingerling Club going.
Pingerling Club?
Have you been waiting to be pinged and told you've got to isolate because you met somebody?
No, not yet. Still waiting.
Yeah, it didn't work out great, did it? No. I mean, they started it on the Isle of Wight first. Remember the Mark I system, the Isle of Wight system? Well, the report down here
was edited by the time it got up to the BBC in London. And the report down here on the Isle of Wight interviewed a councillor and a few people. The old people said, well, we haven't got a smartphone. That got missed off.
Yes.
And the councillor did a twice as long interview as what appeared on the BBC National.
Right.
And part of his was saying, well, it's not really up to much, but by the time it got to BBC National, this councillor seemed to be approving of it, and that was the Isle of Wight Mark 1 system was absolutely thrown out the window in the end. Before that, to go for the Mark 2.
Right. Well, if only we lived on an island. Oh, no, that's right, we do.
I was going to say, by the way, you've been talking about Morrissey quite a lot tonight.
Well, not deliberately. I didn't intend to do that when I came in, but yeah, what about him?
It's just, I know you're like one of those remote scheme megas, but a while back, the London Liberace Collective, I think, put a black mark against Morrissey's name, didn't they? I think he was pro-Brexit, or something came up about a year ago, and he was off colour in the end, you know. They didn't like him after that.
Wait a minute, back up. The London Liberace Collective? What's that?
Yeah, that's all you London Liberaces.
Right, okay, if you say so.
It's not the name of a band, although there's possibilities, I suppose.
Yeah. All right,
but no, there was a question mark against Morrissey's name. He went into a lot of people's bad books. There was something about a year ago.
Well, if you say so.
Yeah, and old Beefy Botham, although probably the Queen said for cricket and charity, he was a Brexiteer as far as I remember.
Right. Well, yeah, we have to separate people's political opinions from the art that they create. Otherwise, we won't be able to listen to or look at anything anymore. They're going to have to take pretty much all of the pictures down from the National Gallery and strip all of the songs off the radio if we start like picking fights with people based on their political opinions.
I preferred Rock and Roll Part 1, actually, Gary Glitter, but I wasn't going to mention it, but you've mentioned Rock and Roll Part 2.
Yeah, but Part 2 was the one that was just an instrumental, wasn't it?
Oh, I can't remember. I know it's different, but you did get mixed up a while back on that popcorn tune where it's just the sound of ping, ping, ping popcorn, and you confused it with hot chocolate, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Can you believe that anybody would be so stupid as to do that? Yes.
Yeah,
An important issue like that.
I was confused myself at the time. I had to ask this mate, which tune's which, you know.
I know. Your brain was all of a boggle. Yeah, but none of that's what I've got up on my screen as what you were going to say.
Oh, yeah. 20 billion you've mentioned, the latest bill for the Parliament refurbishment.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Now, we've got a few fops on the go. We've got Chris Bryant, who's the fop who's in charge of it, because he decided to take over that project, because Starmer won't give him anything else to do. And we've got the other fop, Jacob Rees-Mogg, whose latest suggestion I heard recently was that he thought Parliament should shift around the country, spend some time in Holyrood, which will amuse Nicola, go over to Stormont, which would be risky, and go over to Wales as a way of getting away from Parliament while it's being expensively redecorated, like Downing Street was.
Yeah. He's going to go on tour. Can't wait not to buy tickets for it.
I was going to say earlier on, you were talking about that bloke spitting at women as he cycled along.
Yeah.
I know I had a strange experience. It wasn't quite like that, but about 12 years ago, I was driving along the M25 in a lorry, and there was an open back drop side pickup transit, the sort that if you had your drive tarmac, they'd come along with a pile of tarmac and gravel in the back. Well, this was empty, but the driver in front of it had his window open, and every few seconds he put his hand right out and dropped one piece of pea shingle, sort of the size of a pea. And he kept doing this, and I thought, well, he must have a container between his knees, because I thought, has he come off a construction site and he's trying to pick gravel out of his boots? But he regularly kept dropping one piece of pea shingle out every sort of few minutes.
Gosh, I hope this isn't a setup to a joke.
No, it's just it was a way of smashing people's windscreens. You've got to be so careful.
Right. Are you telling me that that's what he was trying to do?
Yes.
And you didn't?
Because I had something happened to me a number of years ago where this gravel truck driver threw a piece of gravel out at me and smashed my windscreen back in the 80s.
Right.
So that's what he was up to.
Still upset to this day. Well, you should have lightly run him off the road.
He was going the other way.
Euphemistically, of course. Okay, good work. Thanks a lot, Harry. People, you can't live with them, and you're not allowed to kill them. Not allowed to do anything these days. The cost of Parliament's revamp could spiral to £20 billion. What? Commons leader Jacob Smug also said that MPs may have to meet virtually on a lockdown-style video link, while the Palace of Westminster is closed for works which are expected to last 6 years or more. 6 years. Oh, my God. 6 years. So they're going to be doing their underhand shenanigans virtually, from a distance. You know, this lot needs scrutinising with a microscope, not a telescope. Smug called for hybrid proceedings to continue, so there is a mix of physical and virtual participation in debates. That's what he said. Which is odd. I mean, is this the same bemonocled faux Edwardian beanpole that insisted that MPs group together in an airless room during a pandemic to vote last summer?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, could you actually make this up?
No.
Mr. Smug acknowledged the palace does need safety improvements, but said, "We have suddenly heard talk of a cost of £10 to £20 billion coming up. And yes, we need to redo the wiring. Yes, we need to ensure the place is safe and secure, but we must not turn this House of Commons into Disneyland." Disneyland. Well, I think we're there already. I mean, we've got a whole herd of Dumbos, the whole government's a bit Mickey Mouse, and its leader is Goofy. And as for how much it will cost, the restoration team will continue to develop a fully costed plan, but a price tag of around £4 billion has previously been estimated. And if they said £4 billion, that means it will cost £44 billion. Or about as much as a test and trace system that doesn't work. Excellent value for money, I think you will agree. The only thing they've got to worry about is how to funnel most of that cash to their friends and donors. I mean, that's what they call the redistribution of wealth, from us poor dopes who pay taxes to the financial backer class. From the have-nots to the have-yachts. This country's going down. The stuff you learn. Bristol. Hello, Russell.
Hello there, how are you, all right?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, the last chap we had on, he mentioned popcorn. Do.
Yeah.
You remember a chap called Jonah Louis? He done Can You Stop the Cavalry and In the Kitchen at Parties.
Mm-hmm.
It was his first band.
Really?
I can't remember the name of them. Yeah, it was, yeah.
It was
sorry.
Hot Butter, I think, was the band.
That was it, yeah. Well, you check up, he was in Hot Butter.
Well, I did not know that. Jonah Louis was in Hot Butter.
Yeah, he was originally. It's surprising what you find out reading up on
Isn't it?
Mark Bolan, glam rock. He started out as a folk singer, and he went into heavy rock, and then he moved at times into glam rock.
I heard that he showed up at one of the first, if not the first, Glastonbury in a car covered in velvet.
Yeah, I mean, he was a cool guy.
Car.
Steve Peregrine was his first partner, and then Mickey Finn took over, and I got older albums from then.
So how do you know all this stuff, Russell? You are a mine of useless information.
Well, honestly, yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm sat here looking at my albums now. I can tell you the best album from St. Miz, and that's about half my collection.
Right, what is the best album from the 1970s? I bet you get this wrong.
You can't name one. You cannot name one.
I can name one.
That's your best album. I think.
No, it's verifiably the best album, the one that I have in mind, but I bet you're going to get it wrong.
Give me a clue.
All right. It's the best album from the 1970s. That's the clue.
Right. 70s.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's Battle of Hell.
There's what?
Bat Out of Hell. That's a 70s Meatloaf.
Was that the 1970s?
It was, yeah, late 70s, early 70s.
Obviously, it's not the best album of the 1970s.
But not to you, is it?
Obviously, it's not.
Come on, then.
Although
Misery.
Paradise by the Dashboard Light is one of the great pop songs of all time. No doubt about
the lyrics. Jim Steinman wrote that for himself. Do you know that? But he had a broken nose, so he got Meatloaf to sing it for him.
Oh, well, because of his good looks?
No, because he had a broken nose.
Right, so it's...
What's this album, viewers? Come on.
Well, it's Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh, Pink Floyd. Oh, no.
Of course it is.
No.
Any fool know that.
Sit down and listen to the lyrics of The Wall. Watch the film. Oh, excellent.
The Wall?
The Wall, Pink Floyd.
Yeah, I know, The Wall by Pink Floyd, but Dark Side of the Moon is the best album that has ever been made. That is a verifiable fact.
Correct.
And I will brook no argument about that, Russell. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I think that bloke was gargling with the same gravel that person was trying to break people's windscreens with. A couple of 3 buckets, perhaps. Michael says, I bet MPs get the usual 14% pay rise on top of their expenditure. Yeah. Well, they just got themselves a 10 grand pay rise for the trial of having to work from home. Of course, they didn't call it a pay rise. They called it, I can't remember the, I can't remember what they called it, but it was a pay rise. Everybody else that worked at home managed to do so without asking for a pay rise. In fact, you would think that it would benefit you financially to work at home, being as how you don't have to actually, go to work. With everything that goes with that, buying a sandwich and travelling on the train or the bus or the car or whatever. But no, MPs awarded themselves, by which I mean they were awarded because they've given over their money decisions to a supposedly independent body that, curiously, is giving them more money than they would ever have the nerve to ask for were they still determining their own pay rises. Ain't that funny? Yeah, it's independent, all right. 10 grand they've awarded themselves for the trial of having to work from home, which, by the way, is probably a home that we, poor dopes who pay taxes, are paying for. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful. John
texts, you are obsessed with money. Yeah, you betcha. Grab that cash with both hands and make a stash. Everybody's obsessed with money. You kidding? Giles says, is there anything that happens on your station that is not the fault of the government? What, you mean that happens on our station that's not the fault of the government? I don't think that things that happen on this station are the fault of the government. I mean, we can't put the liability at their feet for the things that happen, like on this show, for instance. Nothing that happens on Steve Allen's show is the fault of the government.
Correct.
But everything that is the fault of the government is the fault of the government. I think you'll find that is right. But Giles is probably one of those people that has decided that he is in Camp Boris, and absolutely nothing that Boris does in any way, shape or form is going to swerve him from that opinion. Probably because, he got Brexit done. I've just got absolutely no time for people like that because there's just so many of them. Got the worst response to COVID in the world. That's a verifiable fact. We in this country have the worst response to the pandemic of any nation on earth. The most deaths coupled with the worst economic result, and his popularity goes up because of people like Giles. I'll just put you in that category, Giles. I've got no idea who you are or what you're like, but I'm making an assumption. This says, the app works. The app works. It doesn't. It's the people that don't subscribe to it and the people that don't adhere to the advice and the people that won't take the vaccine and the people that subscribe to your diatribe. Have you had the vaccine? Are you grateful for it? See, there's another one. Nothing that Bodger does is wrong in any way, shape or form, even if it is provably inept and disastrous, because fish, blue passports, because you're all in, like a poker player, like a desperate poker player who's got a pair of twos. You know the app works. No, it doesn't. That's the whole point. It doesn't work. It's the people that don't subscribe to it. No, it's not the people's fault. It's the people that made the app's fault. £37 billion. It's the people that won't take the vaccine. Yeah, that's right. And that's the same with Bodger. It's always somebody else's fault. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
And he says, have you had, I'm assuming it's a he, have you had the vaccine? Yes. And are you grateful for it? Well, depends on whether it works or not. But yes. Well, what's that got to do with it? The vaccine and the app are two different things. You're surely aware of that. People. We're surrounded by them. Isn't it awful? Kensington.
It is.
Hello, Cliff.
Hi, it is awful. There are a lot of idiots. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And I agree with you about a lot of things, but you've got the main idiots up there in the government and that wicked witch who sits up there sicking the police on normal law-abiding people. They've been taking abuse for a whole year. It's sad that a woman had to die in order to have to, suddenly all this torrent of, she should go and all these things. And he's, but it's great, isn't it? Finally that's happened. But people have been taking this abuse for a whole year because of the virus. And they will use the virus as an excuse again because people are dying. And again, they'll come and say, well, we had to do this. And so whatever they do is justified. We live in a police state now. It is absolute dictator police state. 100%.
Right. Okay.
Well, there you go. Sorry. I don't know how much, people seem to, I don't know what it's going to dawn on people because we say people are stupid. They are, but it's like as thick as two planks. I mean, people don't seem to realize what's happening here. If one cop had been on that road that night, maybe she'd be alive. I don't know. Just like, the fact that every time you go to a train station, there's 25 police standing there talking around, joking, having a great time.
I'm unfamiliar with anything that you are describing. But calm down, relax, take a deep breath. Very, very emotional. David in Cleethorpes says the vaccination programme is going well. It is being run by the NHS and the government refer to it as the vaccination programme. Yeah, that's right. The test and trace, which was a complete expensive fiasco, is run by Serco and the government call it the NHS test and trace. Well, it's not entirely being run by Serco, but Serco run an element of it, yes. But that's right, and that always rubbed my fur up the wrong way, that the government do insist on calling it the NHS test and trace system, when it is verifiably not the NHS test and trace system. They are not responsible for that system. Yeah, but they pinned it on the NHS, exactly. Always blame somebody else. Precisely. But it's not the NHS vaccination programme, because that would give credit to somebody other than the government. It is essentially, it seems to me, that the government, the only thing that has been remotely successful in their entire response to this pandemic is the vaccination rollout. And I would imagine that it's because the government just got out of the way, stopped trying to funnel money to friends and mates and donors. Just let the professionals do their job and get out of the way. And it works. What a revolutionary concept. Patrick in Guildford says, I'm going off topic here, Nick, but I'm sure I'm not the only one badly missing Donald Trump. Well, it depends what you mean. Let's read on and find out. He says, gone forever are the... anybody missing Donald Trump at all?
Bing bong.
You missing that? How about you, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
What about you, Melania?
I don't care.
She's still not bothered. He says, gone forever are the halcyon days of rolling about on the carpet, splitting my sides laughing whenever he popped up on TV and opened his gob. His speedy departure somehow felt like his funeral took place without him present. Now all we have is Sleepy Joe. Yeah. Politics has become a little bit more presidential, by which I mean...
Boring!
Yeah, exactly. Nobody could be more presidential than Joe Biden.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Apart from him. Yes, it is a little bit more boring now, but maybe we need to go through a period of boring. I mean, the last couple of years, well, 4 really, have been, edge of the seat, numbingly painful. You sit on the edge of the seat for too long and you get a bit numb. But yeah, let's do Sleepy Joe for a while. It looks like he hasn't got many years in him. It looks like he's been wind dried, like there's not an ounce of moisture in his entire being. He looks like a stick of beef jerky, doesn't he? Like he's been left out in the sun for about 3 years. So somebody younger is bound to take over eventually, and then, but he personally isn't running America. There's thousands of people who are doing that job with him at his behest. He doesn't have to be, he's not at the wheel 12 hours a day. But yeah, let's go through a period of normalcy just for a little bit, because Donny isn't going away. He is like I've said this before, he's like the monster in one of those scary films. It's 15 minutes before the end of the film, and it looks as though the monster has been beaten. But as there's still 15 minutes of the film left, he's not been beaten. He's coming back. And he will come back because the Republican Party refused to bury him, as they should have done when they had the chance, because they're petrified of his cult fans turning on them. They still are all in with the baby tornado.
Oh, shut up!
And so he will come back and bite their faces off. Because if there's one thing that we've learned is that everybody who puts their oar in with the screaming Mimi always ends up as roadkill. All of them. None of them survive. But that's in the long term. In the short term, they do the calculations and they realise that the dingalings, those people, they are still his fans. They believe all that QAnon dribbling nonsense. So better to just go along with them and, whatever. Just tell them whatever they want to hear. Tell them about guns and God, and they'll be happy. Better that than to introduce some reality into their lives. Sam in London says, I'm not a fan of Boris, but this vaccine rollout is working in all the right ways, and you can't say I'm wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, Sam, but I am saying that it's got nothing to do with Bodger Johnson. If it had something specifically to do with Bodger Johnson, then people would have come at you with a needle and missed your arm, Sam. You know that's true. If he had anything to do with it, they'd have missed you and injected the chair you were sitting on. Mo texts, morning Nick, I'm having a bit of an ear problem. You just confirmed it because I thought you said the government are planning to spend £20 billion to refurbish the Houses of Parliament. That, I'm afraid, is true. £20 billion. Can you believe that?
No.
But if they say it's going to be 20 billion, then it'll be 48 billion or 150 billion or 300 billion or just, any amount that you pick out of the air. Jane says, Nick Abbott, spelt wrong. In what way would Labour have done better, in your opinion? Oh, my God, it's what about? Oh, yeah, OK, well, what about Jeremy Corbyn? In what way would Labour have done better, in my opinion? Well, OK, let's think about that for a second, Jane. I think Labour would probably not have funneled billions and billions and billions and billions of pounds of public money into their friends and mates in the donor class, because billionaires don't donate to the Labour Party. The Labour Party gets their money from small amounts from millions of people, not vast amounts from a few millionaires. Big difference, huge. So I think that the money that would have been spent on public services by getting the NHS to run things that are of a medical concern. That would have been one of the differences, in my opinion. Jane. Plus, it's inconceivable to imagine that Labour could possibly have done anything remotely as badly as this government have, because, specifically, this government's performance has been the worst in the world. I'm not making that up. That is verifiably true. The response in this country to the coronavirus is the worst of any country on earth. We have a combination of the worst death rate. I think it's the fourth worst death rate on earth, and it's one of. I think it's a couple of the stands are ahead of us. Wait a minute, I've got detailed files. There we go. Chechnya is the worst as far as deaths per head of population. Then Belgium. Then Belgium is a weird one. Maybe they count it differently or something like that, but I think it's excess deaths per population. Belgium, then Slovenia, then us. This is cases in absolute numbers. America's the worst, but they got 328 million people in America. They had the most deaths. Brazil was second. This is the most deaths in absolute numbers, but in Brazil, they got a population of 211 million. Mexico's third, but they got a population of 127 million. India is fourth, but they got a population of 1.3 billion. And we're fifth. 66.6 million people live here. And we're the fifth worst in absolute numbers on Earth, the fourth worst in the world per head of population. But, and it's a big, giant, wobbly but, we've also suffered the worst recession of any major economy. So you put those two things together, and our government, Bodger Johnson and his merry gang, have fashioned the worst response to the coronavirus pandemic of any nation on earth. And you ask me in what way Labour would have done better? In every conceivable way, because every other government on earth has done better. And what happens to his popularity? It just keeps going up. Amazing. How can you explain that, Bodger? No idea. It must be, like I said, fish, blue passports, getting Brexit done. How's that one going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Is it everything you thought it would be? Let's ask a fisherman what they think. Rosie texts, "Hi Nick, have you seen the state of the opposition? That's why people support Boris. You, like Jim O'Brien, never knock Starmer and co." Actually, Rosie, I have done exactly that on several occasions just recently. I don't think that Starmer and co are fashioning a competent opposition. I mean, they don't seem to be knocking any six bells out of him at all. I mean, talk about an open goal. But I don't think that is why people support Boris Johnson. The opposition has got nothing to do with it, because they supported him when Jezza Corbyn was around, and the right-wing offshore billionaire press managed to get rid of him, toot sweet. And now his opposite, his total inverse, Keir Starmer, is at the helm, and people still support Boris Johnson. So it has nothing to do with the opposition. It has zero to do with that, and it's all 100%, in my opinion, about Brexit. About, fashioning this fantasy about reversing into some halcyon age that never existed. And because people are gradually realising through constant stories about how difficult it is for businesses to now do trade with Europe, and how much trade is down, and however much the government persists in telling us that these are teething problems, companies and people who represent enormous numbers of industries and businesses in this country are saying it's not teething problems. Has nothing to do with teething problems. This is baked into the system now. This is our new future. It's going to be way more difficult to do trade with Europe, which, sadly, is our major trading partner. Looking abroad to the Indo-Pacific ain't going to make no never mind, because you'd be trading with Australia. You'd have to leave the planets to get further away. Plus, we do business with them already. It's the biggest exercise in self-harm in history, for the benefit for the specific benefit of a few already fabulously rich people who have persuaded, I'm sorry, but it's true, a lot of gullible, credulous people that it is in their interests to do something that is obviously not in their interests. But because to admit that that's true would be to admit that you have been had, it's too much loss of face. So you will never admit it. And you just flail around getting ever more furious at the obvious being pointed out to you. I don't think that the future is very bright for Brexiters in particular, but the country in general, because Brexiters will not admit that they've been had, that they've been sold down the line, done up like a kipper for the benefit of people who wake up with gold in their mouths, or the dawn has gold in their mouth, or whatever that blooming phrase was. People bet against the nation and fashioned a route to make it. I'll reverse back out of that and try it another way. People bet. It's as though they've sold us a boat, drilled a hole in the bottom of the boat, and then had a side bet that the boat would sink. And it has. We are taking on water. Mark in Portugal says, I've been giggling through most of your show tonight, Nick. I've had a few belly laughs too. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Booze. That may have something to do with it. In what way would Labour have done better, in your opinion? I'm so tired of answering that question, Jane. Seriously. It is like everybody has taken sides about everything. And they don't think about anything anymore. It's like, I identify with the right, as in right wing, so therefore I am for Brexit, I am for Boris Johnson, regardless of what he does or says on any given issue. I don't have to think about it. I don't even need to know what the issue is at hand. My choice is to do whatever Boris says, just because you're all in about Brexit. And it doesn't bode well for the future, because it doesn't appear to be going well, nor is there any indication that it will. God, they're about to sue us, the EU. And so if you have made a decision and you are ideologically opposed to realising that it might not be the right thing, then you will fashion ever greater and more complicated excuses as to why you to try to persuade people and yourself that it has been the right decision. So we're looking at a future of denial. Paula tweets, the Serco app doesn't work on iPhone 6, which is the phone that I have. When I said this on Twitter, someone replied telling me not to blame the government because I don't have a better phone. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's your fault, Paula. I don't know which iteration of iPhone we're at, but whatever it is, the next one is the real one that you need to get. Yeah. As soon as the next one comes out, then the one that you've got right now is embarrassing. How can anybody walk around with a phone like that? You will think when you see the shiny new ads. Do I want to take this last call or just carry on?
Do you?
Huh? Well, I don't know what they're going to say. Is it going to bring me down?
Possibly.
I only want calls that are going to make me happy at this point in the show. So maybe next time, Paula.